Morning, Mr. Sabot.
Good morning.
Mr. Sabot, when did you first learn about the Tradewin report?
I don't recall the specific date that I learned of the report. I believe that that possibly sometime in November, I was aware of it by name and probably had read it sometime in November or early December, but the specific date I don't recall.
Registrar, could we turn up HAM 64308, image 18? So, Mr. Sabot, here we have an email from, at the bottom of the page, an email from Mr. McGuire to Debbie Edwards, October 4th, 2018. And it attaches a draft review, but you'll see on the top of the page, there is an email from Ms. Edwards to you on October the 5th, 2018. And she says, I have to still connect with Gordon McGuire, but if possible, I would appreciate having a quick discussion with you this afternoon if there appears to be a potential liability issue. I'm hoping to have some time between 2 and 3 p.m. if you're available, and maybe we could speak with Gord together, especially if this might carry over into next week when I am away. Do you recall this email?
I don't have a specific recall of the email, but I have reviewed it in preparation for the inquiry.
Okay. And Registrar, could you go to image 20? Or maybe you can put up image 20 next to this one. So this is the draft review that was attached to Mr. McGuire's email that was then forwarded to you. Do you recall reviewing this document?
At the time, like October 5th, I don't recall if I reviewed this document.
Okay. And then do you remember speaking with Ms. Edwards?
I don't have a specific recall of any discussion with Debbie Edwards at this time.
So what is your recollection of why Ms. Edwards was forwarding you this email?
I believe that it was in relation to a meeting that she wanted to have with Gordon McGuire.
And why did she want to involve you in that meeting?
My recollection, like without specific recollection of discussions, was that the meeting that we were going to have or did have was about access to a document, possibly, pardon me, under a freedom of information request.
And what was the issue about the access to the document that warranted your attention?
I believe the question was whether it would be accessible in an FOI request.
What was the document?
I don't recall the specific document. I think I had enough information about it that it was a consultant's report with either factual or statistical information, because by the time of the meeting that occurred with Debbie Edwards and Gordon McGuire, I was able to answer that the document would be accessible. I'm not sure if I looked at the legislation and FIPA before the meeting or possibly at the meeting, but I recall there's a section in that legislation that speaks specifically to reports of that nature being accessible. And so my recollection is at the meeting I provided the answer that the document would be accessible.
And do you recall if somebody told you that there was an FOI request?
I don't recall specifically what I was told about a Freedom of Information request. I believe, though, I was under the impression that there was one for some time during these events until much later I actually called the Privacy and Access Office or messaged them, I can't remember which, and learned that there hadn't been a request at this time. It was later.
Right, because we know that the Freedom of Information request comes in on November the 8th, 2018.
Right, and I may have been under the impression that there had been a request already around this time of October 5th.
Okay, and you mentioned that you recall that the document that was an issue was a consultant's report. Do you recall knowing what that consultant's report was about?
No, I don't have a specific recall of being told what it was about or learning what it was about, except that it pertained to the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Do you recall having an understanding of how that document had now become an issue?
I don't have a specific recall of conversations with either Debbie Edwards or Gordon McGuire about the background to that. No.
And why was this? So in the email from Ms. Edwards to you, she says that as there appears to be a potential liability issue. Do you recall having an understanding of why there was a potential liability issue?
No, other than that it may have been that there was a request for the document and it either hadn't been supplied or that it wasn't available at the time.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't know.
Okay, and I think you had said that your understanding was that it was a consultant's report that had to do with the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Did you know? Do you recall if you knew that it was relating to friction?
I don't recall knowing that it was about friction at this time.
And yesterday afternoon, we had looked at some of that article in the Hamilton Spectator about the friction studies. Did you draw any linkage in your mind at the time in October of 2018 between the articles and those discussions that you had about those articles in 2017 and this issue that had now come up with Mr. McGuire and Ms. Edwards?
I'm not sure if I recall drawing that linkage. I believe I have seen a note of Debbie Edwards from the actual meeting with Gordon McGuire, and she maybe has made a note about that, but I don't recall at the time drawing a linkage. Like I don't have a specific recall of the meeting, so I can't say yes to that question.
Okay, so why don't we pull up Ms. Edwards' notes of the October 5th meeting. So registrar, that is at image 13 of the same document. Do you recall if you met with Ms. Edwards before this meeting took place, or this call?
I don't recall meeting with Ms. Edwards before this call, no.
Okay. So do you recall if you had any information going into the call about what this was going to be about?
Beyond the email that you previously had up, I don't recall any further information.
Okay. And so it says Gord to speak with Gary Moore before finalizing note to Dan McKinnon. Need more context, especially since Golder report is draft, not final. Do you recall a discussion about Mr. McGuire speaking with Gary Moore?
No, I don't.
Do you recall Mr. Moore's name coming up in this call?
No, I don't have a specific recall of the discussions at this meeting, except my recollection that I provided that answer about access through freedom of information.
Okay. So do you recall the name Golder report coming up in that call?
No, I'm sorry. I don't have a specific recollection of the discussions other than the point I just mentioned about my answer on freedom of information.
Okay. And so in the third point, it says Ron recalls info on surface quality of road coming up before. Is that the note that you were referring to earlier?
Yes.
And do you recall anything to do with that discussion about this coming up before?
No, I mean, we did cover yesterday that there was that newspaper article, and I knew that staff and Public Works had prepared reports on the roadway in the past. So this is possibly a reference to either or both of those issues, but I don't recall the specific discussion.
Okay. And there's a note that says, Gord will gather more info and get back to us. Do you recall coming out of the meeting if there were any action items?
No, I don't.
Did you see a copy of the report that was an issue at this time?
I don't recall seeing a report at this time. I believe there was a point where I had read the Tradewind report, but I believe it was later, possibly November, maybe early December, but more likely November.
Okay. And had you heard of the term Tradewind report before November of 2018?
I'm not sure. I don't have a recollection of the content of this meeting, and I don't recall any sort of follow-up discussions as a result of this meeting.
Okay. And what about the term Golder report? Had you heard of Golder before?
In October, I don't recall knowing about Golder at this time.
Okay. Registrar, could we turn up HAM 62475? If we could go to, if you could put up images 1 and 2. So at the bottom of image 1, you'll see an email from you, Mr. Sabot, dated October 11th, to Ms. Edwards and Mr. McLennan. The subject is pavement. And it says, FYI, and in relation to recent discussion Debbie and I had over consultants or drafts of reports studying the surface of the Red Hill Expressway. Do you recall having any other discussions apart from the one we just talked about between you and Ms. Edwards and Mr. McGuire?
I don't recall further discussions, no.
And does this assist you with recalling your understanding of the nature of the report that was an issue as of October of 2018?
It makes it seem likely that I had in my mind at the time of this email that that friction study of roadways was raised.
And it says, I wonder where numbers for the RHE would put it in comparison to the international standards in the link below. And so, Registrar, could we pull up RHV 897, just next to image 2 of this document? There you go. So the document at RHV 897 is the document from the link, and it's a pavement assessment. Why were you sending this link?
I believe the email sets out the context, and beyond that, I don't recall.
Okay. And did you expect Ms. Edwards or Mr. McLennan to do anything with this information?
Just not with this information. There is a question, though, to John if he recalls that plaintiff counsel would be requesting information on the Red Hill Expressway.
And so that's in the second paragraph where it says, John, is your recollection the same as mine that plaintiff's counsel in recent years had been aware of or requesting information on the RHE studies as a result of some discussions at city committees or on the press? And so what is your recollection of plaintiff's counsel being aware of or requesting information?
Just in the context that, as I mentioned, that there had been a staff report or more than one staff report from Public Works on the roadway, and there had been an article or a series of articles in the press about the roadway, that I believe that plaintiff's counsel, local plaintiff's counsel more particularly, would be likely to take note of one or both of those issues and be requesting further information in relation to claims they may be handling.
Had you had any discussions with Mr. McLennan about what you just described?
I don't recall further discussions beyond this at this time.
Okay, so you don't recall having any discussions with Mr. McLennan before this time about this issue?
No, I don't.
Did you discuss the issues that were raised on the call with Mr. McGuire and Ms. Edwards with Ms. Audie at the time?
I don't recall doing that. I don't believe I did.
Did you consider raising it with her?
I'm not sure if I considered it. I don't think it would have been something that I would have raised. It was a question about freedom of information.
And so in your mind, it hadn't escalated to the level of needing the attention of the city solicitor?
That's correct.
Beyond this, the email chain we just looked at, or the email between that you had sent to Mr. McLennan and to Ms. Edwards, were there any discussions about this issue between October the 5th, 2018, and when the FOI request comes in on November the 12th, 2018?
I don't recall further discussions on this topic in that time frame, no.
And how did you learn of the Freedom of Information request that ultimately comes in on November the 8th, 2018?
I believe Ms. Edwards advised me that there was a request and had asked for assistance with the legal support for Public Works on documentation or reviewing the request.
Okay, so Registrar, could we pull up overview document 9A, image 132? So Mr. Sabot, you'll see at paragraph 321 that on November the 9th, 2018, Ms. Edwards forwards you an email from Mr. McGuire regarding the FOI request. And she writes, Ron Gord McGuire has received this FOI request and is very anxious about it. He would appreciate some advice. I'm hoping that you and I can discuss, perhaps on Monday. His deadline is the 15th and he is scheduled to be out of the country from the 15th to the 26th. And then you'll see at paragraph 322, you forward the email the same day to Ms. McNeil, writing as discussed, touch base with Gord, thanks. Do you recall any discussions with Ms. Edwards about this issue?
I don't. I believe I responded ultimately to advise that I had asked Berdina McNeil to assist with the issues.
What was your understanding of why Ms. Edwards was sending this to you?
I believe she was asking for legal support on the issues raised by the Freedom of Information request.
And why would that come to you as opposed to having her deal with it in her department?
At the time, Berdina McNeil was probably the expert in freedom of information matters, and it would be typical for Ms. Edwards and I to ask for support from each other's groups, but I don't recall any specific requests beyond this.
Okay. And did you have any understanding of Mr. McGuire's about the anxiety, or Mr. McGuire being very anxious about it?
I don't recall having an understanding about that. I believe there was some time sensitivity to the issue, and that's, I believe, partly the reason why I reached out to Ms. McNeil the same day.
Okay, and it looks like you have a discussion with Ms. McNeil that day. Do you recall that discussion?
I don't. It would be typical for me, though, to reach out to my lawyers to make sure that they had capacity to take on new work, especially if there was a short time frame involved in a request. So that would probably be my normal practice, but I don't recall any specific discussion.
Okay. And did you recall providing Ms. McNeil any background about this issue?
I believe I forwarded what Debbie Edwards had sent to me. I don't recall specifically what that was, but I don't recall any discussion with Ms. McNeil.
Ms. Audie's evidence was that she first became aware of the Tradewin report from Ms. McNeil. Was that at your direction to have Ms. McNeil notify Ms. Audie?
I don't recall giving any direction to Ms. McNeil about advising Nicole, no.
Okay, do you recall any discussion about bringing Ms. Audie into the loop?
No, I don't.
And once Ms. McNeil was assigned to assist on this matter, did she report back to you on what she was doing?
I don't recall any interim reports. There was a point where Ms. McNeil was going off work, and I got an update from her about the status of the work on the FOI request, and had to pick up a couple of minor steps to conclude it.
Right, and that was, I think, December 16th or 17th of 2018. But in the interim, in kind of mid-November through to early December, who was she discussing these issues within the legal group?
I'm not sure who she might have been discussing things within the legal group. I don't recall any specific communication. I'm not sure if there's something that you want to bring to my attention that I was copied on or advised.
I guess I'm just wondering if she was having discussions directly with Ms. Audie about it, with you, or if you have any sense of who she was keeping apprised of what was happening.
I don't recall her having discussions with me, and I don't know if she was having discussions with Nicole. So I can't answer beyond that.
Okay. Registrar, could we pull up HAM 64308, image 3? I just wanted to draw your attention to the little note in the bottom right-hand corner. So this is a handwritten note from Ms. Edwards, and it says, subsequent discussions with D. McKinnon, M. Zagaric, Ron, and Nicole, re-FOI request and next steps. Do you recall having discussions with any of those individuals?
I'm sure at some point I had discussions with those staff members, or at least was involved in meetings where those persons were present. I don't recall the specific meeting where that might have occurred.
Okay, and the date there is, I think, is November 13th, 2018. So do you recall during that time? So it's just shortly after the FOI request comes in, if you were involved in discussions with Mr. Zagaric, Mr. McKinnon?
Would there be a note, perhaps, of a meeting or a call for myself?
Yeah. Well, let me actually, sorry, I should just find it. So Registrar, if you could pull up overview document 9A, image 149. So at paragraph 351, you'll see an email from Mr. Zagaric. You're not copied on this, but on November the 12th, it's Mr. Zagaric asking to arrange a meeting with himself, Dan McKinnon, Ron Sabot, and then if we could pull up the next one, subject MFIPA Expressway.
Happened here.
And then at paragraph 352, there is a calendar invite.
And obviously an answer I gave earlier about not recalling discussions, this informs me then there was likely a meeting. My recollection, it's difficult to recollect any specific meeting, but that staff were quickly organizing to discuss issues related to the Parkway, and that involved multiple staff. So this may reflect one of those meetings.
And in your role as Deputy City Solicitor, dispute resolution, how much interaction did you have with public works staff?
It would depend on the circumstances. I wasn't, for instance, involved in contractual matters, advisory matters for the most part. I wasn't generally involved in, but it would depend on the circumstances what my involvement with public works staff would be.
So did you have a lot of involvement with Mr. McKinnon?
I think as a result of this issue, there were a number of meetings where he and staff that reported to him were involved in, and I was a party to a number of those meetings or calls. So on this issue, there was a certain amount of contact that I was involved in, yes.
Before this issue?
I knew who Dan McKinnon was, and I knew a number of staff in public works, but I don't recall regular contact.
And what about with Mr. Zagaric? Before this issue arose, were you often having meetings with Mr. Zagaric?
Whether it was Mr. Zagaric or other city managers, it wouldn't be unlikely that I would have meetings with them on various issues from time to time. So again, it would depend on the circumstances, but certainly over the years, I've had many meetings with city managers, and that includes Mike Zagaric as well, when he was city manager.
So you mentioned that in those early days, staff were gathering. I appreciate you don't have a specific recollection of this November 13th meeting, but what was being discussed at that time in, I would say, mid-November to late November 2018?
Ken, is there, I apologize, is there a specific note that I maybe have made that would help inform me on that?
We don't have any notes from any meetings from you from that period.
All right. Then just looking at what you have up on the screen, it looks like this meeting was to discuss the FOI request and next steps.
Do you recall if, in those early days, if there was a discussion about reporting to council?
I couldn't say at this specific time, but as I said, my impression was that staff had organized quite quickly and were talking about various reports to council and considering dates that they could reach either a committee or council itself. So I believe the first date that I recall being discussed was December 6th. That's from notes that I made at one of the meetings that I mentioned with multiple staff. So that's a very short time frame between November 13th and December 6th, at least in report writing terms. It's a very short time frame to prepare and submit reports between those two dates.
So we understand that Ms. Audie became aware of the this issue in around mid-November. Ms. McNeil was working on the FOI request. So what was your role in these meetings?
I was throughout this primarily support for Nicole. I would attend in her absence. I would basically give whatever support she required of me in these matters. In my role as in dispute resolution, I also would have normally been involved if there were any claims of significance or insurance issues. Those would be the likely areas of my involvement, but primarily as support for Nicole, as I saw her as, and on behalf of legal services at least, leading the issues that were raised for the legal issues that were raised, as opposed to the multiple issues that the trade room report raised for the city.
And the description of your role on this issue, did it any change over time at all, or what you just described, did that apply through to February of 2019?
I believe it stayed consistent over time, that from review of the materials that I was involved in, I was providing information to Nicole on various issues, commenting on draft reports, draft opinions. So it was pretty much as I described, that there were a range of issues, but it was primarily support for Nicole. And again, towards the end of, or towards the purpose of legal services submitting one of the reports, or maybe more than one report, to committee and council on the issues raised.
What involvement, if any, did Ms. Edwards have in this matter after Ms. McNeil was assigned to the file?
I don't recall Ms. Edwards having a further role after that contact to me about the FOI request.
Registrar, could you pull up image 135? If we could also pull up 136. So at paragraph 332, there's an email from Mr. McGuire to Ms. McNeil attaching several documents. And then you'll see at paragraph 334 that Ms. McNeil forwards this email to you, writing as discussed, here's what I've received to date. And you'll see it, paragraph 336, that the first attachment is an email from Golder, from Dr. Uzrowski to Dr. Moore. The second is another email. This is at paragraph 337. And then If you go to image 137, registrar, there at paragraph 338, it says the third attachment was a standalone copy of the Tradewin report. So was this the first time you received the Tradewin report?
It seems likely. From my earlier answer, I thought I had actually read the report sometime in November or early December, and this informs me that I received it in I forget the date, but it looks like November.
November 14th.
Yeah, so it's clear I received it around that date, and I may have read it at the time or within a couple of days of receiving this email.
Why was Ms. McNeil forwarding this information to you?
I don't recall giving any instruction that I should receive the information, so I'm not sure why she sent it to me. I don't know if the email that I think it's just quoted here in paragraph 334, as discussed, here is what I've received to date. So that implies a discussion about materials related to the FOI request.
Do you recall any discussions with Ms. McNeil at this time?
No, I don't.
Did you form a view on whether or not the Tradewin report would have to be released pursuant to the FOI request?
I don't recall reviewing the FOI request in detail. That's basically why I had Ms. McNeil involved, because FOI requests, they tend to have a description of the type of documents. Sometimes they have a date range that they want documents that fall within, or other specifics, and it does take some matching of the request to a particular document to determine whether a specific document falls within the request. It can be quite labor intensive, and again, that's one of the reasons and it can be technical too, but that's basically why I involved Berdina McNeil. I probably did have in my mind my earlier conclusion that the Tradewin report would be accessible under FOI, but I don't recall spending any particular time with the request that was received on November 8th.
Registrar, could we pull up HAM 62477? So here we have an email from Ms. Audie to you and to Mr. McLennan on November 20th, 2018. And it says, hi, further to our discussion last week, do we have any concerns with Dan McKinnon speaking to Gary Moore on the issue of the report regarding the friction to get more of his perspective and determine if there are any other documents we need to be aware of? And then it says, where are we with regards to speaking to David Bogosian and our assessment of risk/impact on litigation matters and the need for an interim? Should we set up a meeting to review with Berdina and FIPA issue? Do you recall discussions with Mr. McLennan and Ms. Audie around this time?
I believe we had discussions, and what this email, at least the second paragraph, reflects is that that there was interest in bringing in David Bogosian, and I recall that coming through Nicole Audie in respect of wanting an outside legal opinion to assist the city or council on the issue. And so this is a description of seeking out David Bogosian, and I think it suggests to me an indication that we were doing a conflict check to make sure that David would be available to advise the city on the issue.
Do you recall what Ms. Audie wanted Mr. Bogosian to do?
Just generally that that for legal services, the issue was liability for the city arising from the Tradewind or Golder report, and that David was an expert or is an expert in municipal and road liability. And so he was sought out for his expertise on those matters. And again, legal services role in the process was going to report on liability issues as part of information being provided through committee to council, municipal council.
And in the second paragraph, it refers to the need for an interim. What was your understanding of what Ms. Audie was referring to there?
It's not clear to me. I'm not sure what she meant by that. It seems like an incomplete sentence.
Okay. And had you had any discussions about making an interim report to council at this time?
And again, I know staff as a group were organizing to prepare reports. So I don't know if anyone, because I can't recall specific discussions, if anyone referred to any particular report as an interim report. The context I do recall for staff, and I'm talking about the series of meetings that I was involved in, is that there was a sense of urgency because the Freedom of Information request could result in disclosure of documents. And so staff were interested in trying to reach committee or council in an early time frame.
So was it your sense that the sense of urgency was arose because of the concern that the report be made to council before the materials were released to the FOI office?
I'm thinking to my notes of various meetings, and my understanding of my own notes is that staff were not certain at all that the information might not be public or reach the media before it reported, before staff reported to council. And I know that there would have been interest in trying to reach committee or council before that happened, but I don't believe that staff knew that timing would be certain. And part of my belief for that as well is that both the internal communication staff and an external media consultant were part of the early discussions, in part to deal with the city's public responses to the issue that might be needed at a very early stage.
When you say the external media consultant, who was that?
The first name is Karen, and I'm struggling to remember the last name.
Gordon?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And do you recall when she became involved?
I believe I was at a meeting where I made a note early on, either November, perhaps early December, that she was part of a meeting either by telephone or part of a telephone call that staff had.
We have some notes of meetings with her in January of 2019, but your recollection is that she was involved before then?
I don't have a specific recollection of the timing. I'd be speculating, but I believe it was earlier than that. I'm sure someone could answer accurately when she was retained or involved.
Okay. Just going back to the phrase, the need for an interim, do you recall if there were any discussions at this time about obtaining an opinion on whether interim safety measures would be required?
I know staff were looking generally at reporting on the roadway, whether it was safe, whether additional steps could be taken to improve the safety of the roadway, because those would have reasonably been expected to be questions of council when we were updating them. But I don't recall, like at this time, if this is a mention of possibly an interim report, given the timing issues, or if it was some sort of interim opinion, perhaps on safety matters. I can't tell from this email or my recollection between those possibilities.
And there's Mr. McLennan is copied on this email. So what discussions did you have with Mr. McLennan?
In what time frame?
In this time frame, let's say mid-November to late November 2018.
I know John was involved firstly because Red Hill motor vehicle claims would be an insurable type of claim that risk management would be involved in. And it developed early on that we wanted to know the number and type of claims that the city was facing already. And also, John would have been the avenue through which a report went to the insurer on issues raised by the Tradewind or Golder reports. And also, John may have been the source of information on David Bogosian's involvement in any of those existing claims as well. Not necessarily him directly, but through his staff in risk management.
And in terms of the conflict checks that were being run, of course, we wanted to ensure that Mr. Bogosian wasn't acting against the city, but was it also important to know if Mr. Bogosian was retained on any of the matters by the city?
I don't recall any discussion to that effect, but it just may be my thinking of the normal practice that the conflict check is the initial step before you retain someone, that the person's able to give advice without being in conflict.
Okay. Registrar, could we pull up HAM 61984, image 2? We can put image 1 and 2 together. So on image 2, you'll see there's an email from Mr. McLennan to you and to Ms. Audie on November the 20th, 2018. And he refers to his review indicating that he had 4 significant claims, which could theoretically be impacted by the FOI request. And then you respond, and this is at the bottom of the first page into the second page. On November the 21st, 2018, I'll check with Dan on the issues raised in his matters. The fact that Bogosian is not involved in these claims means if we really wanted to involve him, we could. And is Dan Bartley?
Yes, I believe that's a reference to a lawyer that reports to me, Dan Bartley.
Okay. And what discussions were you having with Mr. Bartley at this time?
I don't recall the specific discussions with him or one of my other lawyers who was ultimately found to be involved in Red Hill claims. I know there were multiple interests that I had, and part of the reason for reaching out to them. One was whether they had, in fact, already received either the Tradewind or Golder report that contained it as a relevant document for their productions and affidavit of documents, and also to determine the nature of the claim, like what were the causation or claim causation factors in the claim, probably I would have been interested in the status, like how close the claim was being resolved. Those were likely what I was asking about around this time, or would have been interested in. And at some point, after discussions with the insurer, I believe the discussions would have included the idea that all the Red Hill claims would be consolidated with one outside counsel firm. And so we would have had been discussion with Dan and another of my lawyers about transferring the files to outside counsel.
You mentioned one of your other lawyers. Was that Dana Lazau?
That's correct.
Okay. I think in the early days, you were talking to Ms. Lazau and Mr. Bartley. I think you said about whether the Tradewin report or the Golda report had been included as relevant document for productions.
Yes.
Do you recall what they said?
I don't recall, no.
Okay. Did you provide them with the Tradewin report?
I don't recall if I did at this time.
And then on image 1, you'll see in the middle of the page, there's a response from Mr. McLennan on November the 21st. He says, I think we should let the insurer chime in on this too. If they disagree with the city decision to release the report, it might adversely impact coverage. So we know that in February of 2019, ultimately, I think you attend a meeting with Mr. McLennan and the insurer. Until February, what discussions did you have about notifying the insurer?
I believe I had discussions with John McLennan about updating the insurer, but I don't recall the specific discussions or when he might have contacted them initially.
Do you recall discussions about whether the insurer should be notified about this before counsel received the report from staff?
I don't recall discussions like that. I'm not sure I would have thought that there would be any concern with the timing of reporting to the insurer, except, as John pointed out, that involving them early to involve them in decision making would be important.
So apart from this email from Mr. McLennan about having the insurer chime in on this too, do you have any other recollection about the timing of when the insurer should be notified?
I don't recall specifics of that. I'm not sure if there's another document that help with that, but beyond the idea that the insurer would be involved, I don't recall the discussions.
Okay. Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 61987. So this is an email from Diana Swaby, November 23rd, 2018. Do you recall having any discussions with Ms. Swaby about the Tradewin report around this time?
I don't recall any direct discussions. I believe that John McLennan at some point advised me of claims that were being handled through counsel hired by the insurer. And so I think either here or in the previous document, there's some mention of a claim with Shillington's. But that I don't recall direct discussions with Diana Swaby on the issue at this time.
So you'll see in the third paragraph, she says Shillington's recently asked about the report, citing that it will have to be produced in the city's affidavit of documents in at least one of the claims. An inquiry did come in from Shillington's office concerning this report. It was referred to Gary Moore, who indicated the report was not presented to council. So were you aware before this email that Shillington's had the Tradewind report and had included it in their, and was proposing to include it in the city's affidavit of documents?
I don't believe I was aware of that earlier. Do
you recall having any discussions about what to do about Shillington's?
No, I don't.
Did you have any discussions with Shillington's?
I don't believe I had any discussions with Shillington's generally, but I don't recall any on this specific claim.
And were you aware of what ultimately happened with Shillington's and whether or not they included it, the Tradewind report in the city's affidavit of documents?
No, I'm not. I believe ultimately the Shillington's claim was one of the claims that was transferred to council hired by the insurer for all the Red Hill claims.
And so do you know if Shillington's ultimately produced the Tradewind report in the affidavit of documents before disclosure to council?
I don't know.
Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 61989. If we could also have image 2 as well. Thank you. So Mr. Sabo, you're not actually copied on these emails, but you'll see at the bottom of image 1, there's an email from Ms. Swaby to Mr. Shillington, Terry Shillington, and Colleen Crawford. And this is dated November 26th, 2018. She says, "Hi, Terry, this afternoon I'm meeting with the GM of Public Works as well as the Director of Legal Services and John McLennan of our office concerning an FOI request to release this report. I take it they do not want to release this report. Do you have a moment to discuss the implications of its release and how this report affects the litigation?" Are you aware of the Director of Legal Services position?
At this time, there wasn't any position with that title. I believe it's likely a reference to the city solicitor because they might be considered at the director level of the city's staff. But there is no Director of Legal Services.
I think you had said that you don't recall being in any meetings or discussions with Ms. Swaby at the time.
I don't recall that. I'm not sure if there's a document that perhaps I have notes of any such meeting.
No, I was just asking. And do you recall having any discussions where there was some indication that folks in the city did not want to release the report?
My recollection, again, is that the Tradewind report, if it fell within an FOI request, would be released. So it wouldn't have been up to staff other than the Access and Privacy Office to make that determination. And again, I believe staff were preparing for the eventuality, possibly immediate, that the Tradewind and Golder report would be released in the FOI process.
And when you say staff, you're referring to Public Works staff?
Um, Staff in general, as I mentioned, there were a number of meetings with senior staff, including public works, but often the city manager, legal staff, including myself, communications staff, trying to think of others involved, well, city manager. Um, and so, pardon me, just remind me of the question.
You were just referring to staff preparing for the eventuality of making the report, and you know what, that's fine. It's fine. I can move on. So, Registrar, if we could pull up overview document 9A, image 172. At paragraph 414, there's an email from Ms. Audie to you and Mr. McKinnon on November the 30th with a subject line meeting with GM RHVP. She says, Dan, these are the type versions of your notes. Any corrections, Ron, when you're back, we can discuss. And so this is, she's referring to notes of a meeting between Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Moore. And Mr. Sabo, you reply the same day. This is at paragraph 416. If you can forward the attachment, that would be great. And I will give a copy to Berdina if she hasn't already seen it. I dropped a package of documents from Gord in her office this morning. Did you have any involvement in the meeting that took place between Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Moore?
I don't believe I did. I don't believe I had much contact with Gary Moore, really any contact with him during the course of these events until there was a Provincial Offences Act matter where he was called as a witness. And I believe I had some preliminary contact with him and actually met him. And that might have even been 2019 or later. But at this time, no, I wasn't meeting with Gary Moore.
And the contact with Mr. Moore that you're referring to, I take it that was after the disclosure to council had already been made?
Yes, it was likely well after a number of months.
Okay. Do you recall having any discussions with Ms. Audie about the meeting between Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Moore?
I don't recall offhand. Again, I made some notes of meetings. I'm not sure if there's one that you can refer me to, but I don't recall this. And that email mentioned at 414 seems to say when I am back, but I respond the same day. So I'm not sure what the absence she might have been referring to in her email.
Okay. And so at paragraph 416, you're referring to providing a copy to Ms. McNeil, and that you dropped a package of documents from Gord in her office. So what discussions were you having with Ms. McNeil around this time?
This is November 23rd. Other than meetings we might have been called to with other staff, I don't recall specific discussions. I think it was an ongoing process to make sure Berdina had all relevant documents so that she could consider them, whether they were in the scope of the Freedom of Information request. So asking for the attachment to supply it to Berdina appears to be just part of that process to make sure that she had all the records that she needed to review.
And was Ms. McNeil working directly with public works staff in terms of gathering the relevant documents?
I believe my recollection of the November 8th FOI request would have been records that fell within public works operations. So she generally would have been working with them. Sometimes an FOI request can have staff trying to locate documents that have been supplied to other departments or held in different places at the city, but the primary source would be Public Works.
Okay. And do you recall that Ms. McNeil working directly with Public Works staff?
I don't have a specific recollection of that. It just seems reasonable given what I just described.
Okay. I understand that you were on vacation the week of December the 3rd to the 7th of 2018.
That's correct.
So during that week while you were on vacation, were you involved in any meetings or calls?
I don't believe I was in contact with work during that period.
Okay. So were you checking your emails during that week?
I don't believe so.
I don't believe we have any emails from you during that period, if that helps. So what was the status of this matter at the time you went off on vacation? Where did things stand?
It's very difficult for me to answer that question. I'm not sure I was necessarily in touch with the complete status of matters relating to this. In November, I know there was still discussion of the potential of reporting to a committee or council in early December, December 6th being one target date. So my impression of the status is that staff were collecting information in order to report to council, and we know eventually there were multiple reports, so there would have been reports being worked on by Public Works and of course legal services as well.
Apart from the email that we saw on November the 20th, where Mr. Bogosian's name is referenced, and also where you confirm that there are no conflicts, did you have any discussions with Ms. Audie and or Ms. McNeil about the retainer of Mr. Bogosian before you went off on vacation?
You referred to I think it was November 20th email where basically I was saying it looks like David cleared the conflict check. I don't recall specific discussions other than that one.
And did you have an understanding before you went off on vacation of what the status was of Mr. Bogosian's retainer?
I believe Nicole was dealing directly with David, other than the understanding that the purpose of involving him was to assess the city's liability in relation to claims or future claims involving the Red Hill Parkway. I don't recall specific details, no.
Okay, Registrar, could we go to image 182? So paragraph 427, it looks like there's a recording of a meeting that takes place. This is paragraphs 427 and 428. There's a recording of a meeting that takes place with Mr. McGuire, with Diana Cameron, and it appears to be Ms. McNeil on December the 3rd, 2018. I appreciate you're off on vacation at this point and you're not a party of this meeting. But if you go to the next, if you could put up image 184, Registrar. So this is just, I wanted to give you that context for what we're looking at. So there was a transcription made of the recording. And if you see in the third paragraph where it says speaker 2, who we believe to be Ms. McNeil, it says that's what Ron was asking. He said, is there not in some sort of report, because that's a pretty big chunk of change to go to council and to get approval, is it not? Like, how did somebody just get 15 million without a report to committee or council? again, I appreciate that you were not at this meeting, but do you recall having that question about whether or not there was a report that went to council about this issue? Because council had already decided to repave the road and to incur that $15 million expense.
I don't recall asking a specific question. It's possible that this was part of the effort to make sure that all relevant documents were available. But I can't tell from this, and don't recall specific direction to Berdina or raising that question with anyone.
Okay. And Registrar, if we could go to image 189. And so in the fourth paragraph, it says, so certainly any earlier litigation that settled, depending on what, if this came out, remember there's just one comment that, and then she says, oh, Ron thinks maybe one of these reports came out in the course of litigation. We weren't sure. So it may be that the Tradewind or the Golder report was known to Risk and Ron. Do you recall believing that one of the reports had come out in the course of litigation?
You either show me or refresh me. What is the date of this
December 3rd, 2018.
I believe we had referred to it in your earlier questions, the email from Diana Swaby advising that Shillington's had a copy of the report and that it was in their affidavit of documents. So that would be the likely connection to me if I had made these statements to Berdina before this meeting.
I see. Okay. Because it turns out that the city's affidavit of documents hadn't yet been served in the Shillington's matter, but you may have been under the impression that it was included. Is that?
Yes, it's very hard to remember the specifics, and I'm not sure I picked up on necessarily the point that it wasn't an affidavit of documents, either unsworn or unserved. Just understanding that Shillington's had it and that it was that they were going to produce it as part of the city's affidavit of documents in a claim.
Okay. Registrar, if you could pull up HAM 64375. So Mr. Sabot, this is a transcription of one of your notes that's not dated. I can, if it would assist, we can pull up the handwritten version. But why don't we do that just so you can see what it looked like in its original form. So Registrar, if you could put up HAM 64299 next to this one. Okay, so I understand that that the first three lines of the note are unrelated to the RHVP. Is that correct?
I believe that they're relevant to this issue.
And I understand that having looked at this note, you believe that the remaining note may relate to a discussion with Mr. McLennan sometime between November 2018 and early December 2018?
Yes, I believe that because there's still mention of, I believe, a report to council on the 6th. And so okay, that's still likely December 6th. And of course, the context or the content of the note also includes what I believe are details of the number of claims that various lawyers or risk are handling relating to the Red Hills. So I believe this note from John and down is all related to the Red Hill.
Okay. And so, yeah, and so when you refer to the 6, that's the note where it says John, and then in the third bullet, litigation aspect, MFIPA timing, and then it says telling counsel on 6. And so you believe that as of this time, there was some consideration of reporting to counsel on December 6th.
Yes, I'm not sure that was the only reference to a December report, but that's what I believe that this is. December 6th was still a potential date.
Okay. And then you mentioned that there was reference to the number of claims, and that's where it says risk DS 1 or 2, Dana 2, Dan 2.
Yes, and the DS is just initials for Diana Swaby.
Okay. And just under, just actually above the DS note where it says, has OC considered this? What is that referring to?
I believe OC is my short form for outside counsel. I'm not sure specifically what the note is asking, like what has been considered, but it's a reference to some issue that outside counsel, whether they had considered it or not.
Okay. And the note, the 3 bullet points above that, do you recall what you were talking to Mr. McLennan about?
No, other than like what's shown in the notes, and it's not very descriptive, I don't recall the discussions related to this.
Okay. And then it says Dana has SEMA reports, may not be friction testing. What's that referring to?
Well, I know that SEMA is a consultant used by Public Works, and I know that from reviewing for the inquiry, it refreshed my memory that SEMA had been involved in 1 or more of the prior staff reports that staff had presented to council on the Red Hill, and so it's a notation, I believe, reflecting that Dana, for her litigation file, had copies of those reports.
And I think that you had testified that you couldn't recall if Ms. Lazau or Mr. Bartley had the Tradewind reports.
Yes, I don't recall what their answers were, but I know that, again, the purpose of reaching out to them was to let them know that there were reports and that it may be relevant to their claims.
Okay. Registrar, could you put up images 1 and 2 of 64375? So we can take down the handwritten version, but Mr. Sabot, if you would like, we can always put them back up. So at the bottom of image 1 where it says page 2, and there's some notes where it says alts remedial, resurface. Do you recall what that, any of those notes are referring to?
No, I don't recall the specific discussions. This doesn't help me remember the details here.
Okay, and on the second page, where it says higher demand for, since the type of road, heard Gary talked about polished Ireland stone analysis. Did Golder get finalized, got paid? Anything done / reported?
Sorry, the question.
Do you recall what those notes were referring to?
The part heard Gary talked about polished stone, Ireland stone analysis. I'm not sure who's telling me this information, but I recall that there was a step while Gary Moore was involved in the SMA analysis that some of the aggregate was sent away for testing. So I believe that's a reference to that. The did Golder get finalized, got paid, I believe is a question relating to whether the Golder report that contained the Tradewind report was a final report or just a draft report. And so I can see the question there and that they were paid for the work. So that's my explanation of that.
And so your notes refer to Gary, and I take it that's Gary Moore.
Yes, I believe it's a reference to Gary Moore.
Where had you gotten the information about Mr. Moore from? Whether it was about the polished Ireland stone analysis or on the first page where it says Gary was studying hot in place, but the type is not here?
The notes aren't detailed enough for me to know who was speaking, was supplying this information. And I don't recall who told me that during this either call or meeting.
Okay. Do you recall meetings or calls with public works staff where they were conveying this type of information to you?
I was certainly present at meetings where public works staff were discussing generally Golder, Tradewind, that sort of thing, but I can't pinpoint a specific meeting. Maybe there's a note that's dated that might help with that, but I don't recall.
Okay. Well, do you recall if it would have been Mr. McLennan conveying this information to you? Would he?
It's hard to tell from this note. I think when we looked at it, there were two different inks, blue and black. I can't really explain that, but I can't be certain that all this information is coming from John. Certainly it indicates that he supplied some information, but I can't tell beyond that. I believe the information on the number of claims each lawyer had or Diana Swaby had was coming through John. But other than that, I can't be certain if it's John telling me this information.
Okay. Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 64372. And then maybe we can put another document next to it, HAM 64348. So here we have on the left the transcription of the handwritten note that's on the right, and it's undated notes again. And I understand that you, having reviewed these notes, you believe that the notes may have been taken before December the 6th, 2018, possibly of a meeting.
Would it be possible just to scroll through? There's more than one page, obviously.
Yeah. So can we take down the handwritten version for now, or would it help you to look at the handwritten one?
Either, if you can scroll through, probably the handwritten note. Sometimes the spacing is more explanatory. Okay, so yes, your question was the timing of this. So clearly from this, there's still discussion of the December 6th, looks like Public Works Committee report. So I believe that's probably a target date for one or more staff reports. So that suggests the timing is likely still in November or perhaps the first few days of December.
Okay, and because we heard from you that you were away on vacation starting December the 3rd and you weren't at any meeting, so this had likely occurred before December the 3rd.
Yes, sorry. It's hard to put all that together myself in recollection, but yes, that makes sense. So we're talking November then instead of early December.
So just looking at looking at the transcription, it refers to MFIPA, 3 to 5 weeks, collect what we have, prior reports, if public release, what will it cost us? User required in litigation, implications for current or even past litigation. Do you recall what you're reporting here?
Well, the MFIPA and Red Hill, that first line on page 2 is obviously a reference to application freedom of information to the document or documents. 3 to 5 weeks, I'm not absolutely sure, but that may be an estimate of the timing that staff wanted to report within and to collect what we have. Prior reports question mark is possibly just my question, whether there are previous reports that staff need to build on. The way the city does reporting, if you're reporting on the same topic, then you add a letter to the initial report number, but the history of prior reports is usually relevant. If public release, what will it cost us? I believe that's maybe a point someone is making at this call or meeting that possibly referring to staff reports or possibly referring to the Golder Trade Run report, what costs the city would face upon their release. And used or required in litigation is possibly a reference to litigation privilege and implications for current or even past litigation. I believe that's just noting an issue that release of documents relating to the Red Hill may affect the outcome of litigation that's current and may even raise past litigation, re-raise past litigation, depending on the circumstances.
And then in the lines, it says Dave Bogosian has one active claim. I had understood that Mr. Bogosian wasn't involved in the RHVP litigation. Did you know what this might be referring to?
It's possible that he's involved for this, pardon me, for the city in a claim. Normally, I would think the conflict check is only about whether outside counsel has a conflict of interest with representing the city. So I'm not exactly sure what the details behind this are. Probably David Bogosian could identify that.
I'm just looking at this note. Do you have any recollection of who could have been at this meeting or call, assuming that's what you're recording?
I would typically write down who was in attendance, and obviously I didn't hear, so it's difficult. Other than the timing, it's really difficult to. I don't have a specific recall of this being a call or a meeting, who was involved.
Okay. And there's a note about discussions with Gary Moore and a few bullets under that. Do you recall having discussions with Gary Moore? Around this time, we've now placed this into before December the 3rd, 2018.
I don't recall that. I mean, the note gives some indication. I do have a recollection, perhaps based on a document I reviewed, that um, some staff were going to reach out to Mr. Moore to get more information about um, the handling of the Golder or Tradewind report or other activities he might have been involved in, but I don't, I'm not sure who's providing this at this time.
And then just on the second page of the transcription, Registrar, if you could go to image 2 of the transcription. Thank you. It says vicarious live Gary's decision, this plus steps, implications for use of roadway or a speed limit. Do you have any recollection of what that might be referring to?
Vicarious liability is, to me, obviously a reference that the city would have responsibility for Gary's decisions and work as he was employed by the city at the time, and implications for use of roadway or speed limit. December 6 PW. Other than what's written there, it doesn't add anything to my recollection.
Okay. Do you recall having discussions about the implications for the use of the roadway or the speed limit before December the 3rd, 2018?
No specific recollection. Again, I know public works staff and a variety of public works staff were involved in meetings and the intent to report to council. So this is possibly a reference related to that work. I don't know if it's coming from public works staff, but it seems related to the work I expected them to be doing as far as reports they would supply to committee and council. And again, we see right below it helps with that December 6th, it's my question mark, but I think there was a public works committee on that date as opposed to a council meeting. And we would, as staff, typically make our reports to a standing committee. That would be like public works or general issues committee, and then the decisions or recommendations of the of that committee would go to council for final approval.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, I realize I went a few minutes over, but I'm happy to take our morning break now.
No, that's fine. It's just about 5 past, so let's return at 20 past. We'll stand adjourned until 11:20.
Registrar, before we went off the break, we were looking at HAM 64372. I don't believe that document is in the overview document, so I'd appreciate it if we could mark it as Exhibit 164.
Thank you, Council. Sorry, the handwritten notes, or?
It's the transcription.
Okay, thank you. HAM 64372.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
What exhibit number is that?
164.
Thank you.
Mr. Sabot, we were looking at two of your handwritten notes before the break. We did find a reference to a calendar invite for a meeting on November the 26th. So why don't we pull that up and then we can see if that helps in terms of situating the notes that we were looking at. Registrar, if you could pull up overview document 9A, image 156. So at paragraph 369, you'll see that on November the 20th, there's a calendar invite sent to Ms. Audie, to yourself, Mr. McLennan, and Mr. McKinnon for a meeting on November the 26th, 2018. And Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 64375 next to this one.
Sorry, Council, do you mind just repeating the second document?
HAM 64375.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Sabot, we already looked at the notes on the right-hand side, but I'm just wondering if knowing about this calendar invite for the meeting on November the 26th, 2018 might help place this note in terms of the chronology.
I can't be certain. We already resolved that that these notes were around that time frame, so it is a possibility. I just can't be certain because I didn't write down the attendees for the November 20th meeting.
Okay. But it's possible these notes were from November 26th in the meeting with Mr. McLennan and Mr. McKinnon, but you can't say for sure.
It is possible, yes. And sorry, I misspoke. The November 26th meeting that's reflected in the calendar, but I just can't be certain. But the time frame fits.
Okay. Thank you. Registrar, you could take down these documents, but if you could pull up HAM 61855. So Mr. Sabot, here's an email from Ms. McNeil to Ms. Audie with a copy to you on December the 4th, 2018. And she says, further to our discussion of this afternoon, here are two of the key reports. And the two reports that she attaches are the Tradewin report and the 2015 SEMA report. I appreciate that you're on vacation at this time. But would this have been the first time you received the 2015 SEMA report?
I don't recall specifically the first time I received it, so I can't say for sure.
What did you know about the 2015 SEMA report in the late November, early December 2018 timeframe?
I can't be certain what I knew in that time frame. I think over the course of preparation, I may have pieced together that it was background to a staff report to Public Works on the Red Hill, but I'm not sure what I knew about it at that time.
Do you recall having any discussions with Public Works staff about the 2015 SEMA report?
No, I don't.
Do you recall if you knew if SEMA had the Tradewin report at the time it prepared its 2015 report?
No, I don't.
And just to clarify, in terms of your past two answers, did you ever have that understanding? Or is it just as of early December?
The question being, did I ever understand that SEMA had the trade wind report?
Yes.
I believe at a certain point, I was told, possibly by David Bogosian, in an email, that he had supplied the trade wind report to SEMA, but I don't have any recollection of whether that was the first time or the only time.
And so that the date that Mr. Bogosian supplied the trade wind report to SEMA was January 30th, 2019. Is that?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And so before that email, did you have an understanding of whether or not SEMA had the trade wind report?
I don't believe I had any understanding or discussion. I don't recall that issue coming up.
Do you recall any discussions about supplying the trade wind report to SEMA?
I'm not sure if there's a document that you maybe are referring to. I'm just trying to recollect the draft opinion that David Bogosian supplied, draft legal opinion. And I believe I saw that around December 13th. I can't remember if that has SEMA looking at the content of the trade wind report. That wouldn't necessarily mean they had the whole report, but I just can't recall now whether the draft opinion from David Bogosian had indicated any analysis by SEMA of trade wind work.
Okay, why don't we park this question? We'll get to the draft opinion. Thank you. Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 62485. So, Mr. Sabot, the second email on this document is an email from Mr. McGuire to Dominic Pellegrini and Deepak Sharma on December the 3rd, 2018. And there is a reference from Mr. McGuire about withholding. This is the second paragraph of that email. The data we have withheld at Legal Services Advise is related to friction testing and subject to an FOI and FIPA request on that subject. And then Ms. McNeil forwards this email to Ms. Audie with a copy to you on December the 3rd, 2018. Again, I appreciate you're on vacation at this time. But before you went off on vacation, do you recall having any involvement in any requests made by audit services to public works staff?
I don't recall that issue coming up prior to my vacation. I don't believe I would have given any advice to either Public Works or Bedina to withhold documents from audit, but I don't recall any discussion of audit being involved prior to my vacation.
Okay. Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 62498. So here's an email from Ms. Audie to you on December the 7th, 2018 in the afternoon. Which is wrong when you're back. When you're in Monday, can we meet so I can update you on this and where we are? I think we need to bring Dana and Dan into the loop on their matters. So this is Friday, December the 7th, the last day of your vacation. going into your vacation, I think you had testified that the status of Mr. Bogosian's retainer was in the hands of Ms. Audie. Is that fair?
That's my belief. Yes, it was.
Okay, and I think you testified that you had some understanding that Ms. Audie wanted to retain Mr. Bogosian for a general liability assessment.
Yes.
Okay. So do you recall meeting with Ms. Audie when you came back from vacation? That would have been on the Monday, December the 10th, 2018?
No, I don't have a recollection of a meeting.
Do you recall when you came back from vacation, what was this? Where was the status of Mr. Bogosian's retainer at that time?
I'm not sure exactly on December 10th, but I believe I was told, or it was confirmed, that David would be involved in providing an opinion within a day or two of my return from vacation.
Did you recall any discussion about bringing Dana and Dan into the loop on their matters?
Per my previous answer, I know that there were multiple reasons why we were reaching out to Dana and Dan on the Red Hill claims, and I don't recall specific discussions with them. I know the purpose, the multiple purposes that were involved in that discussion. Just not sure of the timing of that.
And do you recall any discussions with Ms. Audie about what you're doing with Dana and Dan?
I don't recall specific discussions, but I'm sure I would have raised the issues that I provided previously, that that we had the obligation to make sure our affidavit of documents was complete. We needed to talk to Dana and Dan about documentation. Trade with a Golder, I know that we wanted to understand the basics of their claim, like its status, what the claim was based on, and at some point it may not have been the initial conversation, but we wanted ultimately to reassign the files to a single firm and lawyer to handle the claims.
Okay, Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 62101. Images 2 and 3, please. It's HAM 62010. Images 2 and 3. Thank you. So at the bottom of the screen on the left, there's an email from Ms. McNeil on December the 10th, 2018. So this is on the Monday that you get back from your vacation. And you'll see in the first paragraph of her email, she says that Gord McGuire telephoned her this morning. He has a meeting today with Dominic Pellegrini. He's concerned about answering any of Dominic's questions, which are attached, but also doesn't want to be criticized for obstructing the audit office in their job. I advised him that it was far better for Dominic to be upset about not getting any answers today than it would be for Gord to try and provide even limited information. I advised Gord that he should cancel the meeting, but if he doesn't cancel the meeting, he should simply listen to Dominic's concerns and questions, but his answer to all of the pertinent questions needs to be, I'm not in a position today to provide you with any answers to those questions. And then you've got a response on the left-hand side, December the 10th, 2018. And you say, at the end of the first line, I don't like the optics if Gord goes away, saying legal said to cancel, but I agree he should postpone if he's not actually able to answer, and give that as his reason. Auditors internal and just doing their work. If he hasn't already, he should bump this up within PW, as the questions posed are ones the city may have to answer internally in short term, and possibly transparently in near term. It would be much better for PW to get on top of full background and decisions on any reporting that needs to be done. There will certainly be legal issues raised in potential and existing, but possibly even concluded litigation of multiple sorts, with the road engineers, etc., need to weigh in on circumstances and appropriate responses. So were you, I guess before Ms. McNeil had advised Mr. McGuire, it was far better to cancel the meeting. Did you have any discussions with Ms. McNeil about this issue with audit?
I don't believe I had discussions with Ms. McNeil about the audit interest in documents prior to receiving this communication.
Okay, and when you say, I don't like the optics if board goes away, saying legal said to cancel, what was your concern there?
Optics is probably the wrong word. I didn't want legal being given as the reason, or supporting that that there couldn't be a discussion with Gordon McGuire. So it really wasn't correct. That it was a poor choice of words, the optics part. It wasn't correct. I didn't want legal to even be stated as the reason. If Gordon wasn't able to answer questions, well, that's you know, a valid basis, but he should have communicated that. So that's you can see my response there is pretty literal about my view of Gordon and Public Works in general responding to the audit request.
And when you say it would be much better for Public Works to get on top of full background and decisions on any reporting that needs to be done, what are you referring to there?
I knew generally, even returning from my vacation, that staff were working on collecting background and with the intent of reporting to council. And I believe I'm referring to the fact that if Gord isn't able to answer, that Public Works should be striving to collect the information and come up with necessary answers or information for council. It was all, I'm sure, the same issue. So I think it's more a comment on timing, that there should be some priority to getting a complete picture and reporting.
Apart from this email exchange and other emails that you may have seen from Ms. McNeil about the audit issue, do you recall any discussions about the approach that Public Works should be taking to audit with Ms. McNeil or anyone else?
I don't recall discussions with Ms. McNeil or anyone from Public Works. I may have commented to Ms. Audie on the aspect of availability of reports, but I can't remember if that referred to audit. I think there was an email around the end of January, if that puts it in reference. I may have commented to Ms. Audie about upcoming reports, and it may have referred to audit, but sorry, my recollection isn't clear. But I don't recall any discussions with Regina or anyone else aside from that about this audit issue.
In Ms. McNeil's email to you on December the 10th, this is on the right side, in the second paragraph, she says, of note, Gord mentioned that over the weekend he reviewed a draft 2018 SEMA report dealing with the safety analysis / review of the RHVP. It appears that the report indicates that wet weather performance of the RHVP has worsened since SEMA's 2015 report. Do you recall knowing about the roadside safety assessment that Public Works was conducting?
I'm not sure by that name that I have any recollection about that. Just the general recollection again that on its own, Public Works were reporting, like preparing a report or reports on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and that included the safety aspects, repaving, work that they would do to make the roadways safer. But I don't recall that, even with this email, I don't recall connecting it to SEMA's work ongoing with Public Works.
So did you know that SEMA was engaged in ongoing work with Public Works?
I have this email here that suggests I would have read it, and I would then have knowledge that they were currently working with SEMA. But I don't have a particular recall. Otherwise, there may be some note in meetings I attended following this that may be added to that knowledge. But this might be the first I knew that they were working with SEMA. I wouldn't have been surprised that they were working with consultants, given the issues, but I don't have the specific recall of when I thought about SEMA being involved with Public Works.
Did you have any understanding of the scope of SEMA's work with Public Works?
Again, I apologize. I'm referring to notes. I seem to recall making at one or more meetings that staff were trying to anticipate questions that council would have of staff when reports were presented. So I believe Public Works was answering questions about the safety of the roadway, work that they would do or recommend doing, the status of repaving and updates to the roadway. So there were several issues that Public Works would have been working on.
So, but that, when you're referring to notes, is that later in time? Is that at the end of January 2019?
It is hard to keep track of things in my mind of the various meetings I attended and made notes at. There could well be notes early on, like before the beginning of December or in December. But your question was, could there be notes I'm referring to in January? There could well be content in those notes that supports what I just said, that I knew Public Works was working on improvements of the safety of the roadway.
But in the, let's say, mid-December 2018 timeframe, did you have an understanding that any work that the consultants were doing was on safety generally, or was it a more limited scope?
I don't believe I was involved in discussions of the scope of consultants' work. Public Works would have been, I imagine, dealing with those issues on its own. So I don't recall any discussions about scoping that work.
Registrar, could we look at image 1 of this document? At the very bottom of this page, you'll see an email response from Ms. McNeil to you. This is on the same day, December the 10th. In the second paragraph, she refers to a potential conflict of interest issue that Mr. Soldo had raised about SEMA, because Brian Malone of SEMA's wife was the former director operations at the City of Hamilton during the years in question. Do you recall having any discussions about this issue of a potential conflict of interest?
I don't recall discussions about this. I believe that persons followed up on this, but I don't recall any involvement in how that conflict of interest issue was dealt with.
Do you recall who followed up on this?
No, I don't.
Do you recall if there was any discussions about hiring another another safety consultant?
I don't recall discussions. One of my notes, and I can't pinpoint the time, we may cover it today, has the notation Golder plus SEMA. And that suggests to me that Golder maybe was still involved in analysis of the roadway, or perhaps that was just a reference to their prior report, but I hadn't really turned my mind to who's hiring consultants through Public Works.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, could we pull up overview document 9A, image 220? So Mr. Sabot, at paragraphs 520 to 522, there are some references to emails between Mr. McGuire and Ms. McNeil, dated December the 8th to the 10th, 2018. You are not copied on these emails. But you'll see in paragraph 521 that Mr. McGuire asks Ms. McNeil, did you get a hold of the SEMA contact via Edward? I was wondering, and if so, could I talk to SEMA confidentially? And Ms. McNeil responds, this is at paragraph 522, and she says, no, we have not contacted SEMA yet because we are still working on how we're going to put the request to them in order to best move forward from a legal perspective. I would strongly advise that you not speak with SEMA about this matter until you have heard back from us/Nicole. We should be able to update you this week, I hope by midweek. Do you have any understanding of why Ms. McNeil would respond to Mr. McGuire in this way?
No, I don't. This is an exchange between Berdina and Gord, and there's mention of Nicole, but I don't have any recollection of this issue coming up with me.
Registrar, could we pull up HAM 64323? Do we have images 1 and 2? So Mr. Sabot, at the bottom of the first page of this email chain, you'll see an email from Ms. Audie to you and to Ms. McNeil on December the 11th, 2018. Mm-hmm. And she's forwarding an email exchange that she's had with Mr. Bogosian to set up a call. And Registrar, if you could put up images 2 and 3. Actually, maybe we should do 3 and 4. Thank you. So these are emails in the exchange that's ultimately forwarded to you from Ms. Audie. You'll see in the email from Ms. Audie to Mr. Bogosian, this is on the right-hand side, that this is an email dated December the 7th, 2018, and she's asking for Mr. Bogosian's advice on 3 matters, and there's 1, 2, 3. And number 2 is how to approach obtaining SEMA consultant input on whether interim measures are needed to protect safety before the resurfacing is completed in June of 2019, and it says litigation privilege. And I think you've testified that you don't recall any discussions about who should be contacting SEMA.
That's correct. Obviously I was copied with this email, but that first page is referring to a discussion that occurred during my absence.
Okay, and you'll see that Mr. Bogosian responds in an email on December the 10th, 2018. And in the second paragraph, this is on the email on the left-hand side, you'll see there's an email in the second paragraph. It says, I thought over the weekend about the issue of how to obtain an opinion from SEMA regarding interim safety measures regarding the condition of the RHVP pending resurfacing in June of 2019. I think the only way we could prevent access to any correspondence they send conferring their opinion is if I contact them and obtain their advice and communicate it to you as part of my opinion letter. And so do you recall any discussions around how to obtain an opinion from SEMA in a way that could prevent access to any correspondence?
I don't recall discussions of that. I know at a certain point, I think even the beginning of this email chain, like the latest emails on that were about arranging a meeting where we would receive information from Brian Malone of SEMA, either directly or through David Bogosian. So your question maybe relates to that. So I would have been involved in that telephone call from this, but other than that, I don't have a recollection of discussions of the bill.
Okay, so we're going to get to the December 11th call momentarily, but did you have any understanding of why Mr. Bogosian was reaching out to Mr. Malone?
I don't recall an understanding of that issue. Obviously, this email would have been copied to me, and I responded to it, but I don't recall discussing that issue.
Registrar, could we pull up HAM 62500? Mr. Sabot, this is a draft of the retainer letter that went to Mr. Bogosian. Have you seen this document apart from in your preparation for testifying at the inquiry?
I don't recall seeing it earlier than my preparation.
And I take it you were not involved in any discussions about what would go into the retainer letter?
As far as the content for David's work, I don't recall any discussions. It's possible, because I recall we've had a number of city solicitors. I recall supplying city solicitors with a sample retainer document, but that's just the standard clauses about how they bill, like frequency and limiting billings to the senior lawyer in the meeting, things of that sort that are probably on the following pages of this. But as far as the content regarding David's work, no, just my general impression that legal was going to report to counsel on liability, and David's opinion was going to cover the aspects involved in liability, the exposures and implications.
Okay. Registrar, could you pull up HAM 64366? So this is a transcription of your note dated December the 11th, 2018. Do you recall having a call with Mr. Bogosian and Ms. Audie?
I believe I did have a call, and possibly even more than one, with Miss Audie and Mr. Bogosian, but I don't have a specific recall of the discussions at those meetings.
Okay. So let's go back to the December 11th, 2018 call. So this is the Tuesday after you get back from vacation. And this is the call that we had seen the email exchange between you and Ms. Audie about setting up a call with Mr. Bogosian. Mm-hmm. Do you recall if Ms. McNeil was on the call with you and Ms. Audie and Mr. Bogosian?
I don't recall.
Do you recall ever being in any calls or meetings where Ms. McNeil and Mr. Bogosian were present?
No, I don't. If there's a note where I listed attendees that you're referring to, I'd look at that, but I don't have an independent recollection of that type of call involving Ms. McNeil.
There is not, and my understanding is that Ms. McNeil was not on this call. I just wanted to see if you had a recollection, and also because it looked as though Ms. Audie had sent the email to both you and to Ms. McNeil about setting up the call with Mr. Bogosian.
Yes, and it was just up on the screen. I apologize, but I think in my email back to Nicole, I might have said that Ms. McNeil wasn't available at the time that was suggested.
Okay. So on this note, there's a line that goes through the page, and there's a few lines above it. If you'd like, we can pull up the handwritten ones as well, if that assists you.
No, I think I recall reviewing the handwritten notes, and I believe the information above the line, except for the date, obviously, is something of a to-do list of the stuff on the left-hand side, John, Dan, and Dana with Nicole discussion. I think that's a reference to we would have a discussion together about the Red Hill claims that Dan and Dana were involved in. And on the right-hand side, John, insurance and notice. I think that's a note referencing that John would have that to do in his normal role as manager of risk management. And I'm not quite sure what historical on claims involving the city means, except that we knew that the disclosure of reports through FOI or otherwise may affect historical claims as well as ongoing claims that Dan and Dana had.
Okay, and then the notes under the line, are those the notes of your call with Mr. Bogosian and Ms. Audie?
I believe so. That would follow the format of a call where David Bogosian was supplying information to as part of the call.
Okay, so with the benefit of your notes, what did Mr. Bogosian convey to you?
The first few lines is that I believe this is David saying he spoke with Brian Malone for 45 minutes, that he learned that Mr. Malone had been involved in 2015, and the mention of the median barrier. I believe one of the issues the city had looked at prior to this issue with the trade wind report was whether parts or that Parkway should have a median barrier down the middle. Study and draft last week plus illumination study. I'm not absolutely sure, but it sounds like Mr. Malone had ongoing studies either concluded or in progress that were close to being finished. Study and draft last week suggests he was close to finishing a study, and that then it says no change in interim recommendation in 2015. So that suggests to me in the context that that SEMA's recommendation through Brian Malone in 2015 were still recommendations, like he was saying that he wouldn't change those recommendations from that earlier work.
And just to pause there, did Mr. Bogosian tell you that he had shared the trade wind report or the results from the trade wind report with Mr. Malone?
I don't have an independent recollection of the actual conversation, and I'm not seeing anything in this note that so far on this page that suggests that that Brian was working with the trade wind report, although I'm not absolutely sure there's that word on the words on the left-hand side chart 9.2 page 50. I should know what that refers to. I don't know if just wait a second if it's SEMA or trade wind.
So my understanding is that the chart 9.2 is actually a chart that's in the 2015 SEMA report that sets out SEMA's recommendations at the time in 2015.
Okay, then that helps. I don't recall from these notes any indication that SEMA, Brian Malone, had a copy of the trade wind report.
Okay. Do you recall coming out of that conversation if you had any understanding of whether or not SEMA had the trade wind report?
I don't have a recollection of that, no.
Okay. And so where it says chart 9.2, as I mentioned, that's actually the list of safety recommendations. Do you recall Mr. Bogosian going through that list with you on the call?
Not specifically. I probably wrote that down as a reference that I could look at it if I had that document to give me that information. But there might be notes here that reflect those recommendations. Not sure on the first page, maybe the second and following pages might have.
Registrar, could we put up images 1 and 2? So on image 2, you'll see that there's near the top of the page, it says slipping when wet signs, not enough, no flashing beacons, was enhanced police inf. That's is that referring to the SEMA safety recommendations?
I don't recall the specific recommendations from SEMA. Again, this is information that's coming through David. Probably based on information from Brian Malone, but I don't recall which of these refer to specific recommendations, if any.
Okay, at the bottom of the first page, there's a reference to MSA, and there's some notes, and there's a note that says OTQ. Is there an MSA STD?
Yeah, that OT reflects something I add to notes as own thought. And I often do that when I have a question that maybe I need to consider for later. And so this is saying my own thought is a question of whether there is a standard for MSA asphalt.
Okay, and then where it says Brian somewhat experimental and maybe not best choice for curvy plus hilly road. Brian isn't an expert in materials, and then it goes over and says geotech eng. Is that something that Mr. Bogosian conveyed?
I believe so. If I understand correctly, I believe this call was only with David Bogosian, like externally, Nicole and myself and David. Sometimes I make a note, like I would note Brian that way as a speaker, but I believe this is information coming through David Bogosian about MSA being experimental and commenting on its choice for curvy or hilly roads, but also indicating Brian isn't an expert and maybe either the standards that Brian holds or perhaps what the necessary qualifications a person would have to be a materials expert.
Okay. And then on the second page where it says, in the middle of the page, it says updated collision/accident history didn't improve at all, even though city has implemented many recs. Is that something that, I take it that Mr. Bogosian conveyed that to you on the call?
Again, I believe this is all information coming from Mr. Bogosian. I'm not absolutely sure the source of that collision accident history.
Okay.
At this time, anyways.
Where it says, about 2 points down from there, Brian, maybe even some elements of road worse, question mark, believes most accidents in wet, which should be reversed given number of days it's dry.
And again, I believe this is information coming from Brian to David. So the comment being maybe even some elements of the road worse. And I put a question mark. I don't know if it was not understanding what elements means or just trying to, it's my question mark, not knowing for sure what we were talking about with that sentence. And the next comment, believe most accidents in wet, which should be reversed given number of days it's dry. I believe the point it's conveying is when you look at statistics of roadways, that the higher proportion of accidents on a roadway should be in dry weather given the limited number of days of wet roads. But with the Red Hill Valley Parkway, that was actually reversed, that there was a higher percentage of accidents in wet conditions on that roadway compared to the number in dry.
And then it says Q, does PW have standby trucks to repair guardrails when wet?
Q is
writing a question. Yeah.
Yeah, it's my abbreviation for a question, and it may have been David either relaying a question from Brian or his own question of whether the frequency of accidents has Public Works actually having repair vehicles waiting to do repairs when there's wet weather.
And then you'll see it says FOI, and then it says number sign under 40 versus 30 as substandard. What is that referring to?
I believe those are separate points. FOI to me is obviously a reference to the Freedom of Information process in progress. The number under 40 versus 30 as substandard, I believe is information coming from David or through Brian to David that is considering either the Tradewind report perhaps or UK standards. And my recollection is that there was a certain level in the UK standards that was, I believe the term was investigatory, where further looking would be done, and one that used a different word that was more suggested that action needed to be taken. So I believe that line is reflecting some discussion of that.
And so does that note help refresh your memory about whether or not Mr. Bogosian said that he had shared the results of the Tradewind report with Mr. Malone?
I can't be certain. I just don't know if this is something David is discussing or if it's a continuation of discussion of information from Brian that might suggest he had either the UK standards or the actual Tradewind details available. So I'm sorry.
Do you recall if Mr. Bogosian give you a recommendation with respect to his liability assessment on this call?
Is there a continuation of these notes beyond?
Yes.
Thank you.
Registrar, if you could put up images 2 and 3.
So I believe at the bottom of the first page, the word damage and exposure range of number of claims and media with the following point: messaging to limit liability would at least be topics of liability that I expect David would be involved in. So that's possible that this is David touching on those points.
Okay, Registrar, could we pull up HAM 64355? If we could put up both images 1 and 2. So Mr. Sabo, these are actually Ms. Audie's notes of the call with Mr. Bogosian on December the 11th, 2018. I just wanted to put them up for you in case they assist you in recalling this conversation. So I'll let you just have a quick look at them.
All right, thank you.
So having looked at these notes, does that assist in refreshing your recollection of whether or not Mr. Bogosian conveyed to you that whether or not he had shared the Tradewind results or the Tradewind report with Mr. Malone?
I can't tell from this if there's particular wording. I can't read it every word, but nothing is jumping out at me that answers that question.
Okay. I mean, if it helps, there's a note on the first page where it says everything they would recommend is in 2015 report. But,
Yeah, that doesn't help me. I don't have an independent recollection of the actual discussion at the meeting.
Okay. Were there any action items from you coming out of this call with Mr. Bogosian and Ms. Audie?
I don't recall any coming out of this meeting. My notes at the top, the first page, I believe that's something of a to-do list for myself and John McLennan to follow up on. But this meeting, no, I don't recall any action items that I was to deal with after this.
And I don't know if it would be helpful, but maybe we can take Mr. Sabot to the transcriptions if he's having difficulty reviewing Ms. Audie's notes.
Sure. So that is at HAM. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if you got that, Registrar. It's HAM 64364.
That's helpful to see what the words are, but no, it doesn't add to the answers I'm giving.
Thank you. Registrar, could we pull up HAM 62509? Mr. Sabot, this is an email exchange between Mr. Soldo and Ms. Audie on December the 11th and 12th, 2018. You're not copied on these emails? So you'll see in the second page, Ms. Audie writes to Mr. Soldo, this is December the 11th, 2018. Hi, Edward, tried calling you back. Sorry, today got away from me. Was the contact Brian Malone? And then Mr. Soldo responds on the morning of December the 12th saying, yes, he is expecting your call. Did you have any understanding of why Mr. Soldo would be under the impression that Ms. Audie would be calling Mr. Malone?
No, I don't.
Registrar, could we pull up HAM 62510? Here it is. So this is an email exchange between Mr. McGuire sent to Ms. Audie and Ms. McNeil. So you're not copied on this exchange. This is December the 12th, 2018. In the beginning of the chain, Mr. McGuire asks, should we get a call going with Brian? He's in office. And then Ms. McNeil responds on December the 12th, I haven't received any direction on this yet, so we won't be in a position to speak with Brian today. Thanks for the heads up, though. And do you have any understanding of why Ms. McNeil would respond in the way that she did?
No, I don't. I'm not. I can't tell what this is about specifically, but I don't have any understanding of what this is reflecting.
Okay. Who was Ms. McNeil taking direction from on the RHVP matters at this time?
If anyone, it would have been Nicole Audie. From my perspective, Berdina had been assigned to complete the Freedom of Information work and would have been capable of dealing with that on her own. So I wouldn't have felt the need to direct her on any step. So I don't know for sure who's giving direction, but I'm sure it's not me, and I would expect it then would be Nicole. And that makes sense in particular here because I see Nicole is CC'd on both communications from Gord and by Regina McNeil.
So coming out of the call with Mr. Bogosian on December the 11th, do you recall if you updated Ms. McNeil about your conversation with Mr. Bogosian?
I don't recall doing that, and I don't expect I would have needed to, again, because I felt Berdina's work was a discrete exercise or a discrete piece of work in reviewing documentation that Public Works had supplied in relation to the Freedom of Information request.
Registrar, could we pull up HAM 61884? If you could put up images 1 and 2. You'll see at the bottom of the first page, there's an email from Ms. McNeil that just says, another FYI, Nicole was copied on the original email. And you'll see a couple forwards. But on the right side, you'll see an email from Mr. Actually, the email at the bottom of the second page, you'll see an email from Mr. Brown, who's contacting Mr. McKinnon about a situation that they have in their audit. And he says, we've reached an impasse on the issue of fulsome access to information respecting certain testing of pavement friction on Red Hill. So do you recall having any discussions about this impasse issue? You'll see, and just before you answer that, you'll see on the first page in your response on December the 12th, 2018, you do say, I discussed some possible coordination with audit, FOI office, and clerks on the upcoming council report very briefly yesterday. Maybe we can discuss that further. I'm thinking we share documents with audit and FOI that we have already. It's clear, though, that audit's request is a much wider scope, and they may even need to interview current or former staff to get full info.
The first line suggests in relation to reports that I had some discussion about the connection between these issues, or at least relating to audit and a report, but I don't have specific recollections of what those discussions were.
And do you recall who they were with?
Oh. I'm just wondering, and I don't recall, but there is a series of my notes that relate to a draft agenda for General Issues Committee. It's something that would have been discussed at an agenda review meeting. And it's quite possible that relevant clerk staff and audit staff would have been in that agenda review meeting, but I can't recall the date of that.
Okay. But at this time, December 12th, 2018, was the thinking that all of these, the audit, FOI, and the report would all go together around the same time?
FOI office would not report to council on they do annual reports or possibly semi-annual reports of the status of outstanding requests, but they wouldn't report on a specific FOI request to committee. They have authority, delegated authority, just to act on those. But
sorry, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I think I wasn't clear on my question. Was in terms of what did you mean by the coordination at this point? Was it the coordination in terms of the disclosure of the Tradewin report to audit, FOI office, and council?
The way I read that sentence is it's discussing a report going to council. not information to audit, or otherwise. It's specific to a staff report to council.
Okay, so then in that context, what's the coordination with the FOI office?
I don't recall.
So we had seen the December.
Pardon me. It does say possible coordination. So I'm not absolutely sure that that's saying I had those discussions with each of those groups. So I'm just a little uncertain that that is suggesting, say I had a discussion with the auditor, with the FOI office and clerks. I had a discussion about it. It's not quite clear.
Okay. So we had seen some references to December the 6th as a potential report to council. We know that that didn't happen. Around this time in mid-December of 2018, do you recall if there was discussion about when the report would be made to council?
I don't recall specific discussions. Staff would have available to them the calendar of upcoming committee and council meetings. And and it happens not infrequently that we have a target date, and if we don't meet that date, we have to look further on into possible dates to pick. But I don't recall at this time having a specific target date in mind. I think new target dates came up for staff reporting to committee or council, but at this time I don't recall a specific one coming up.
And what did you have an understanding of what was driving the timing of the report?
Not a specific understanding. I mean, the process to report to council is by staff is to try to give them sufficient information to be informed on an issue, especially if there was a decision to be made. So I know in my own work, it frequently happens that collecting and confirming that information takes some time, but I don't recall discussions of what was taking time. As I believe I answered earlier, there was some urgency because staff believe that the FOI request could result in information becoming public in the immediate future.
Registrar, could we pull up overview document 9A, image 240? So you'll see at paragraph 563 that there's an email from Ms. McNeil to Mr. McGuire with a copy to you on December the 12th, 2018. She says, Ron and I were speaking about the RHVP FOI request after you and I had spoken yesterday. I had advised him that we have the records relevant to the first part of the request, friction testing from your office already, but that the documents from the second part of the request, asphalt pavement testing, are coming from Mike Beck's office. And then you'll see she lists a couple factors. She says as a top, it needs to be a top priority for Mike Beck's office at this point in time, given the request was submitted by Access and Privacy back in October. Do you recall having discussions with Ms. McNeil about the FOI request around this time?
I don't recall those discussions. I mean, this email is reflecting that there was a conversation, and per Verdina, I put emphasis on the timing of collecting documents, but I don't recall that conversation.
Okay. And there's a reference to the request that was submitted by Access and Privacy back in October. Do you know what that's referring to? Because the FOI request came in November. We know.
I don't know what that's referring to. I believe it could just be a mistake of Berdina in referencing the date of the FOI request. Each request is numbered, and this seems to be talking about, from the content that's above in Berdina's email, seems to be clearly referring to the November 8th request based on the two components that she mentions there in the request.
Registrar, could we pull up HAM 64354? So, Mr. Sabot, this is a copy of the draft opinion that Mr. Bogosian sends to Ms. Audie, which she then sends to you on December the 13th, 2018. And this version includes handwritten notes by you. Do you recall when you made your notes?
I believe the December 13th date reflects when this was supplied to the city, and Ms. Audie requested that I review the document and provide comments. So I believe I did it right away.
And so in terms of the notes that you made, do you recall when?
If there's an email that shows it was given to me on a different date than December 13th, that might refresh my memory, but what I'm looking at suggests it was something I did on the 13th.
Okay. And then you'll see in the note, it says wet, dry, and it says NB should read this between wet and dry friction throughout. Yeah. And so in terms of the notes, so you made these notes, did you share the notes with Ms. Audie, or did you talk to her about them, the comments that you had made?
Well, one or the other. I know Ms. Audie requested that I provide comments, and I don't know if I supplied this document or an explanation or both in some discussion, but I'm certain that I would have relayed the comments on the report back to Nicole.
Okay. And on the first page, it says there's an underline where it says which had not been disclosed on a previous FOI. And so I think you had testified that you had been under the misunderstanding that there may have been a previous FOI request made.
Yes, and I know ultimately I checked and confirmed that that wasn't the case, like something previous to November 8th. I contacted the Access and Privacy Office directly to confirm that, but this is underlining that point and possibly me be questioning that aspect of it or just noting it.
And did you, do you recall if that misunderstanding was conveyed to Mr. Bogosian on the December 11th call?
I don't recall that. It is quite possible that I supplied information in that call, and because I was under the misunderstanding about that particular issue of there being a prior request, then it may have been me who supplied that to David in some fashion or date, not necessarily December 11th. Just because I was under that understanding that there might have been a previous FOI request.
Registrar, could you pull up image 2? Maybe we can put 2 and 3 together, actually. So you'll see on the second page, point number 1, Mr. Bogosian summarizes the 6-year performance review of RHVP by Golder Associates dated January 2014. And this is what we often call the 2014 Golder report.
Pardon me. Sorry, which page were you referring to? I didn't catch it right away.
Sorry, the page on the left. So page 2 of the opinion.
Right. Okay.
Under section number 1. It's a summary of the 2014 Golder report.
Oh.
Did you ever get a copy of the 2014 Golder report?
I'm not sure if around this time, if I had a copy of the Golder report. I may have had an extract of it and read part of it. I believe by the time Berdina McNeil transferred the remainder of the work on the Freedom of Information request to me, I expect it would have contained a copy of the Golder report, but I don't recall if I read it at that time, because it was something that Berdina would already have reviewed and commented on.
Okay. And so, so you don't recall if you read the Golder report?
No, possibly a portion of it, but I don't recall if I saw or read the whole report at this time.
Do you recall if there were any discussions about the Golder, the 2014 Golder report in your call with Mr. Bogosian?
The December 11th call?
Yes.
I don't recall. I don't have an independent recollection of it, and in looking at the notes today and previously, I don't see a notation to that effect.
Okay. Do you recall any discussions about the 2014 Golder report with Public Works staff in December of 2018?
I don't recall any discussions. If there's a note where possibly I made a note of it, that might be an indication, like within Public Works staff, but I don't recall any discussions with Public Works staff in December about the Golder report.
Okay. And then if we could go to images, go to images 5 and 6. So actually, sorry, before we leave that, just in terms of the draft opinion, to give you some context. So you'll see then there's on page 3 of the draft opinion, then there's a summary of the 2015 SEMA report. And I think you had gotten a copy of the 2015 SEMA report we saw, and I think that you've testified that you may have reviewed it. Is that?
I believe that's correct. My answer, yes.
Okay. And then if you could go to image 4. So this is a continuation of the summary of the 2015 SEMA report, and you'll see that there's a summary in the bottom half of the page of SEMA's recommendations. And then at the top of the page, it also includes a conclusion from SEMA about the potential causes of the higher than expected proportion of wet surface condition accidents. And it says that it might be, the first bullet is inadequate skid resistance.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, and then if we could go to image 5. So then you'll see in point number 4, it refers to the email from Golder to the city dated November the 28th, 2018. And so that email refers to a pavement evaluation that was done by Golder. Do you recall any discussions about Golder's pavement evaluation in December of 2017?
I recall discussions about Golder's work at some point that I made notes of. Like my recollection is in the notes, but I can't say for sure it was December. I'd have to look at the notes themselves.
Okay. And just in the first paragraph, it says that the author points out that the testing was carried out in January 2018 and was presented to the city in March of 2018, which the new director of works, Gordon McGuire, was apparently unaware of. Did you supply that information to Mr. Bogosian?
No, I don't believe I supplied information on that to Mr. Bogosian.
And then if we could look at images 5 and 6. So there's a note on page 6 from you, and I think it says locate tests as may be relevant to FOI responsive completion or verify if it's just trade wind.
Yes.
So what are you noting there?
I believe that's me just making note or comment that that we want some certainty on the documents that need to be reviewed for the FOI request. In particular, is that saying there are other tests that maybe we don't know of and we either need to locate them or just confirm that that's a reference to the trade wind report only.
Okay, and then if we can look at images 6 and 7. So you'll see a summary under point number 6 of the draft RHVP road safety assessment by SEMA. And did you get a copy of the draft SEMA roadside safety assessment?
I'm not sure if I had a copy of that report at this time.
Okay, and just reading, having looked at what's under, or Mr. Bogosian's summary of the draft roadside safety assessment, does that assist with your recollection of the scope of your, if you had an understanding of the scope of that review by SEMA?
As I answered previously, I'm not sure that I understood what the scope of that work of SEMA was in relation to this opinion. So no, it doesn't help. I mean, obviously it puts things in context, but I couldn't say that that was my understanding of SEMA's work.
Okay. And then if we could go to images 7 and 8. And then there's a summary of Mr. Bogosian's telephone conversation with Mr. Malone on December the 11th, 2018. And you'll see that Mr. Bogosian summarizes whether or not the recommendations that were made by SEMA had been fully implemented, partially implemented, not implemented, and implementation unknown. And then you'll see in the second full paragraph, it says, when asked to rank in order of greatest contribution. What does that note say there?
The triangle or delta is change. Would you be able to pull up the transcription?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, I can do that. It's I think that so HAM 64371.
I can see like change, a word, then speed and question mark. But,
oh, I see. Okay, sorry. So it's change, speed, question mark?
There's a word in between, and that's what I'm looking for if I was able to discern it before. It's right at the bottom of the page on the right, and it has change in a series of question marks, and then speed and a question mark. So the middle question marks, as now, I can't quite make out that word.
Okay. But then it goes, so going back to the draft opinion, it says when asked to rank in order of greatest contribution to the inordinate number of wet road crashes, Mr. Malone advised as follows, and then he ranked slipperiness of the road surface. That's the greatest contribution, then speeds exceeding the capability of the highway given the curvature of the road, curves in the road, and the close proximity of on/off ramps to each other, leading to losses of control and or driver's errors. Do you recall if Mr. Bogosian gave you this ranking of the contributions to the inordinate number of wet road crashes on the call that you had with him on December the 11th, 2018?
I don't have an independent recollection of the discussions, and we did just review the notes. I don't think that, I shouldn't say that I know there were a couple of lists in those notes, but this isn't reminding me of any discussions from the call.
Okay. And was it concerning to you that Mr. Malone had ranked slipperiness of the road surface as the greatest contributing factor?
I think my overall impression of this opinion that it leaves you with is that the condition of the roadway when it's wet is a concern, and that that there are a number of steps that are recommended to follow through on to improve the safety of it. But you can see from my notes that I found it a bit confusing, the description and the statistics that were used. But if you take it at face value, it talks about the comparison to other highways. I don't know how they chose other highways, but a comparison, and it's like 2.5 or 3 times. So yeah, that's a concern that you're left with after reading this.
Okay. And I think you said that you found it confusing. Was it you mean the opinion? There are parts of the opinion that you found confusing?
Yeah, if I think it's page 2, it starts there in the sense that they start pulling out statistics or percentages, and I looked at 2 numbers, one in the 30% range and one in the 50% range, and I couldn't distinguish between them. It wasn't clear to me, and it makes me wonder now whether David is relaying statistical information and maybe not explaining it fully. And so when I had reviewed the report, you could see, and you read it out, my comment right at the top of page 1. Sorry, it's not page 2. It's got to be.
I think it might have been on.
There we are. It's page 3. So on the left-hand side, the first notes are 33.7 or 50.4. I couldn't. I'm no statistical or technical expert, but I couldn't distinguish between those 2 numbers on what they were based. Why are they different when, to me, they seem to be talking about the same thing? And so I found that confusing. And there's other notes related to wet, dry, but the comments I put at the top were, if you will, on page 1, overall comments that it needed clarity on these points. So point being, while I had concerns, I had questions about what it was saying at particular points, and it made me wonder about some of the numbers in it, and if the opinion wouldn't be clearer if they gave a focus of completely separate lines of issues in the dry and issues in wet conditions. So yeah, that's my answer to it.
And did you discuss that? I think you said that you may have you had discussed your comments with Ms. Audie, but in terms of what you just described here, was that part of the discussion you had with Ms. Audie?
I don't recall the specific discussions. I believe I would have relayed information about all my comments to Ms. Audie, and as I said, like reading it in preparation for this, you're left with that impression. I don't think that anyone would necessarily get to the end of this and not say, oh, how can we improve, the safety of the highway when it's wet? And I mean, there are recommendations there, but the conclusion at this point, it would be hard to miss in my view.
Okay. And so do you recall talking about that issue with Ms. Audie in terms of, you know, this is concerning, what can we do to improve the safety of the roadway when it's wet?
I don't recall the specific discussions, and it's actually the opinion itself that I believe is making the recommendations on things like speed enforcement, et cetera. I can't recall the list, but it's contained within David Bogosian's opinion itself.
Right, in terms of what further steps the city should take, because I think that there had been a number of SEMA recommendations that were only partially implemented or fully implemented.
Yes.
Is that what you mean?
What I mean is that the draft opinion here itself, you were asking me, did I convey those issues to Nicole and specifically the remedial measures? And my answer was the draft opinion conveys that.
I see. But I'm just wondering if you also had a discussion with her where you said, you know what, this is concerning about the condition of what's concerning is, or if you had a discussion with Ms. Audie where you conveyed the fact that you took away from this opinion that there were concerns with the safety of the roadway in wet weather conditions.
I think it might also be helpful to take Mr. Sabot to the mitigation section of Mr. Bogosian's opinion.
Sure, that's page 12.
I mean, I don't really need to refer to this. My answer was that the opinion conveys the steps that are recommended in the context of mitigating the city's exposure to damages. And of course, it's not just legal. Looking at the condition of the highway, we knew that Public Works was working on their own reports on various aspects in general, dealing with safety improvements or needs for the highway.
And so it was your understanding that Public Works was doing its own safety review in terms of what further measures might be needed to protect safety of users on the highway?
In general, as time went on, like beyond this date, it became more clear the various aspects that Public Works was reporting on. But I know the initial effort again of all staff was to fully report on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the implications of the trade wind report. So legal was involved in its part and Public Works in its part, and later the auditor in the issues that they raised.
Did you, and was it your understanding that Public Works had shared the trade wind report with SEMA at this time? This is in mid-December of 2018.
I wasn't directly involved in any arrangements Public Works had for their assessments, whether with consultants or through their own staff. So I didn't know what specific information Public Works might be sharing.
Okay, and I think you testified that you don't recall any discussions where the issue of who would share the report with SEMA came up.
I don't recall discussions about that, no.
Okay. Did you talk to Ms. Audie about sharing this draft opinion with Public Works staff?
I don't recall the discussions with Ms. Audie about this draft opinion. I know I would have had discussions, but I couldn't say that it included sharing it with Public Works.
Just before we leave the draft opinion, if we could go back to page 8. So just, I'd already taken you to this ranking of the contributing factors to the inordinate number of wet road crashes. Do you recall having any further discussions with, or do you recall having any discussions with Ms. Audie and or Mr. Bogosian about this ranking?
I don't recall specific discussions. I know there was more than one call that I was involved in with Nicole and Mr. Bogosian, but I don't recall the discussions there.
So I understand that Ms. Audie's evidence was that there was a later discussion between her and Mr. Bogosian, where Mr. Bogosian conveyed the sentiment that in fact this list of factors wasn't a ranking. Does that sound familiar to you at all?
I don't recall being involved or advised of that discussion, no. Commissioner, I know that it's 101, but I just have a couple more questions to ask before I move on to another topic. So Registrar, if we could pull up overview document 9A, image 249. So paragraph 586, so just to give you some context, this is your reply. So at paragraph 586, you're replying to an email from Ms. Audie attaching the draft opinion from Mr. Bogosian. And you say, can I share with John? And she says, do you think he would have comments on the draft or just the final version? And then you respond, I haven't cracked the attachment open, but I'm about to. I know John would like David to help with the approach to giving notice to the city's current and former insurers for one. And then she responds, let's you and I speak about it tomorrow once you've had a chance to read it and see where it needs to go. Do you recall any discussions with Mr. McLennan about sharing or the approach to giving notice to the city's current and former insurers? I don't recall those discussions. I know that I was interested, and I think we agreed that the insurer would be put on notice because the trade roll report may have an implication for our claims on the Red Hill, as well as the issue of who we have representing the city on the claims. But I don't recall the specific discussions referred to here.
Okay, and you had described, you had said that you had shared the comments that you had made on the draft opinion with Ms. Audie. Do you recall if that would have been on December the 14th, 2018?
I don't recall the date of that. This exchange, though, and if you can remind me what date this exchange occurs on.
That's on December 13th, 2018.
All right. So as of 4:02 p.m., I'm indicating to Nicole that I hadn't yet opened the attachment. So I couldn't say for sure I completed the comments and then went right to Nicole. So I'm not sure of the date. It could well have been the 14th.
Okay. And just having reviewed the draft opinion and the concerns that you had talked about, did you have a view on whether additional steps should be taken by the city to ensure the safety of the road?
I don't think I formed a view of that. I lack technical expertise in the issues raised. There were like a number of comments that were included. One was bleeding, which I don't quite understand, but in the same line it said contamination of the roadway, which I do understand. So I don't believe I had an understanding of what steps other than were recommended in the report and the draft opinion itself that came through SEMA. I know that, again, Public Works at some point was looking at the issue in a bigger context, and I know ultimately that included in the repaving project that they would update the standards of the roadway to what the current requirements were, as opposed to just the requirements that were in place when the highway was originally constructed. So I knew other people were working on those issues is my answer.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, I'm happy to take our break now. Thank you. Commissioner, you're on mute.
Thank you. So we'll stand adjourned until 2:20.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Registrar, could you put HAM 64354 back on the screen, please? Mr. Sabo, just before I leave the draft opinion, this morning I had asked you about whether or not Mr. Bogosian conveyed to you and Ms. Audie that he had shared the Tradewin report or the Tradewin results with Mr. Malone. And I think you had mentioned you couldn't recall if there was something in your draft opinion about that. So I'm just wondering if, with the benefit of your draft opinion, if you'd like, we can scroll through it and have you review it. If you can let us know if it helps in refreshing your memory on whether or not you knew that Mr. Malone had obtained the Tradewin results from Mr. Bogosian.
Right.
Perhaps you can put images 1 and 2 up. And Mr. Sabo, you can let the registrar know if you want to go to the next page.
Ready for the next page. Ready for the next pages. 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 So I see no reference that I can pick out that identifies SEMA having the trade wind report.
And just having reviewed it, so this doesn't assist with your recollection of whether or not you knew if SEMA had the trade wind results or the trade wind report?
It doesn't, no.
Thank you. Registrar, could you pull up overview document 9A, images 242 and 243? So Mr. Sabot, you'll see at paragraph 570, there's a calendar invite that's sent by Mr. Zagaric to Ms. Audie, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Soldo, and Mr. McKinnon for a meeting on December the 14th, 2018. And you'll see at paragraph 571 that Ms. Audie later forwards the calendar invitation to you, indicating you as a required attendee. And then at paragraph 572 and at the top of the page of 243, you'll see an undated note or transcription of one of the notes that you had made. Do you recall having a meeting with Mr. Zagaric, Ms. Audie, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Soldo, and Mr. McKinnon on December the 14th, 2018?
I don't have an independent recollection of attending a meeting on that date, no.
And were you attending many meetings involving Mr. Zagaric, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, and Mr. Soldo?
I'm not sure how to address many. I may have attended meetings where some or perhaps all of those persons were in attendance, but I'm not sure how many.
Was it very frequent in terms of your contact with these individuals around that time?
Outside of Red Hill, no, it wasn't.
But within the Red Hill matter, was it once every couple of weeks? Was it every day? I'm just trying to get a sense of whether or not we can try to place this note.
Yes, I don't have a recollection of other meetings. The fact that I believe where you're going, the fact that the list of attendees in my notes matches the December 14th date make it more likely that these are notes from that meeting of myself. I just can't confirm that, absolutely.
Okay, so you believe that the notes at the top of 243 are likely from the December 14th meeting, but you're not sure?
That's right.
Okay. Registrar, could we call out the notes that are at the top of 243? So, and I think you testified that you don't have an independent recollection of this meeting. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. The top note says getting info from SEMA to be current of safety STDS. Do you know what STDS would be?
Standards.
Okay. Looking with the benefit of your notes here, do you recall any discussions with public works staff about getting info from SEMA to be current of safety standards?
I don't recall discussions from this meeting. The first couple of points, and maybe some speculation, seem to be information that Public Works might supply, like they would be involved in tendering for that sort of work and updating us on the timing of it.
Okay, so in terms of the note that says getting info from SEMA, do you recall who was getting info from SEMA?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, and then it says tender approximately April to August for work. Do you recall what that would be referring to?
Again, I believe that is an indication of the timing of tendering for the repaving of the Red Hill, and also the timing of the actual work being done.
And then where it says all SEMA changes plus exceeding, and then there's an equal sign. So what we know about what we were dealing with. Do you recall what that is referring to?
I don't have a specific recollection of this discussion. I believe at some point there's a note that indicates that they're updating. Well, actually, the first line is an indication that they're updating to current safety standards. So instead of just repaving the highway as is, then they're looking at safety standards that would apply if they were building that roadway as of that time frame. So I think that's what that means, is that the SEMA changes are being referred to plus additional standards.
Okay, so the first note, so is it your best recollection that the first note might be referring to getting info from SEMA in relation to the repaving that's happening?
That appears to be what it's indicating, that SEMA is going to advise on the standards that would apply to the roadway as if it were being built at that time.
And what does all SEMA changes refer to?
I'm not absolutely sure, but I believe it would be any of their recommendations on measures to take to improve safety of the roadway.
Okay. And then it says, so what we know about we were dealing with? Does that refer to?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's referring to.
Okay. And then there's a reference to Golder 2017, 1, 2, 3. Do you recall discussions about the Golder pavement evaluation that they did in 2017?
I don't recall the discussions on that, no.
Okay. And then there's a note that says one factor test approximately 2013-14. Do you know what that's referring to?
If the word were friction, then that might be a reference to the trade wind.
I see. So the transcription may be off. It may be friction, one friction test.
My writing is admittedly horrendous, and that's a possibility. But at the time I did the transcription, I was doing my best to.
Okay. So why don't I take you quickly to the handwritten note? But before I do that, it says legal letter. Do you recall if there was a discussion about Mr. Bogosian's draft opinion with Public Works at any point?
I don't recall the discussions from this meeting or outside of this meeting. Other discussions. I was supporting Nicole's work on legal services role in this, but I can't say I was familiar with all the communications that may have occurred.
And so your evidence is you don't recall if there was any discussion about Mr. Bogosian's opinion?
I don't recall, no.
Okay. And do you have any recollection of why legal letter is in this note?
No, I don't.
Why don't we just pull up your handwritten note just very quickly to confirm if you think it might be friction test, just for the record. So Registrar, could we pull up here it is, HAM 64352.
It's possible the word is friction.
Okay. And that would be referring to the trade wind report then?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sabot, you said that you don't have an independent recollection or a specific recollection of this meeting, but do you have a general recollection of what you and Ms. Audie may have been talking to Public Works about during this time?
I don't recall specific or even generally discussions with Public Works at this time. I'm not sure if the meeting invite, if the meeting invite indicated the nature of the conversation, but I don't have a recollection of it.
Okay, the meeting invite just said Red Hill Expressway. Do you recall any discussions around this time about the safety of the road?
This is
December 14th.
December 14th. I don't recall specific discussions about that. My notes are basically what my recollections of the events at this meeting were.
Okay, but not just this specific meeting, but just generally, do you recall discussions with Public Works staff about public safety?
I don't recall discussions, no. Again, generally, I understood multiple staff were working on multiple reports, and that was the subject matter of the Public Works reports, but I don't recall specific discussions.
Registrar, could we pull up HAM 64355? We could go to image 3.
And again, it may be helpful to bring up the transcription of this as well.
I was just about to do that. So if you could put up HAM 64364 next to it, image 2. So Mr. Sabot, these are notes that Ms. Audie made of a December 14th meeting with Mr. McGuire, Mr. Soldo, Mr. McKinnon, and Mr. Zagaric. You're not actually listed as an attendee on her notes, but I'd appreciate it if you would have a quick review of these notes and then let me know if you think that this is the same meeting that we were just talking about.
I don't see similarities in this note of Nicole recording items and mine of December 14th. So it makes me believe that this is a different meeting.
Okay, if it helps in terms of similarities, I do note that in Ms. Audie's note, there's a reference to the Golder November 2017. This is near the bottom of the page on the transcription, where it refers to the 1 to 3rd pendulum test. And you'll recall that there was a reference to the Golder 2017 in your note, if that helps you.
Yes, that's correct. That is a similarity. I just don't see the similarity with the content of my notes.
Okay, but just in terms of even putting aside any similarities, when you review this, does it assist your recollection of whether or not you may have been at this meeting?
No, it doesn't assist.
Okay. And do you recall any discussions in which there was a discussion about having Mr. Bogosian share the friction testing with SEMA?
In what time frame?
In December of 2018.
No, I don't recall discussions around that point.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall any discussions with Public Works staff about what Mr. Bogosian had conveyed to you about his conversation with Mr. Malone?
I don't recall having discussions with Public Works where I was conveying information to them about Bogosian's work.
Okay. Who was providing advice to Public Works staff at the time from legal services?
At this time, I would assume Nicole was the lead on issues related to the reports coming up that were planned to go to council.
Okay. So I understand that Ms. McNeil went off work on or about December 17th, 2018. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
And so do you recall what was the status of the FOI request at that time? And what were you asked to do about it once she went off work?
I don't recall all the details of the information she gave me. My recollection was that the work was essentially complete, but there were, I believe, 2 documents referred to that weren't included in the package of materials that were going to access some privacy as Public Works submission of materials. I believe the materials were basically tabbed, and so I was to locate the 2 documents, add them to brief of materials, and then forward it on to access and privacy.
Registrar, could we pull up overview document 9A? Image 258. We could also pull up 259 as well. So at paragraph 609, you'll see that there's an email from Ms. McNeil to Mr. McGuire, Ms. Audie, yourself, and Mr. McLennan. And then you'll see at page 259 at paragraph 610, there's a response from Mr. McGuire attaching 2 staff reports. And then if we could then pull up image 260. So you'll see at paragraph 611, Ms. McNeil replies. And then ultimately at the end of her email, which is on page 260, she says, finally, unfortunately, I'm going to be away from work after tonight for some time due to personal situation. In my absence, please be sure to contact Ron Sabot.
Yes, I see that. I haven't read all of her email here just now, but I see that part.
So I was just wondering if the email from Mr. McGuire attaching the 2 staff reports, if that's the 2 reports that you were referring to in terms of what needed to be done.
I myself don't recall the specifics of the documents that were to be attached, but it seems unlikely if Berdina had them in this correspondence that I would have to locate copies of them.
Okay, you know what, actually, in Ms. McNeil's email directly above contact will be Ron Savo, it refers to Mike Beck's office, still working on locating and obtaining relevant documents. So that may be what you're referring to then, in terms of the identification of additional documents.
As I said, I can't remember the 2, I believe it was 2, I can't remember the specific documents, but it was left to me to get copies of them and include them in the brief of materials that was responding to the FOI request.
Did you go back and review any of the documents that she had compiled already, or was it you just got the additional reports, put them into the brief, and then pass them on?
I don't recall how much, if any, of the brief I reviewed in that final couple of steps I was taking care of. I wouldn't have felt it necessary to review Berdina's work on the matter, so I may not have. But I'm not saying I didn't read any of it. I just don't think I would have needed to.
Okay, could we go to image 265? Could also put up 266 as well. So you'll see at paragraph 623, on December the 18th, Mr. McGuire forwards a scan of the draft 2017 Golder pavement evaluation to you and to Ms. Audie. And then there is the draft of it reproduced in paragraph 623. Do you recall why Mr. McGuire was sharing the draft Golder report with you?
I'm assuming it must go on a number of pages.
Yeah, so we can go to, maybe we can put up 266 and 267.
I don't recall why, or I don't recall knowing why Gord was sending this to Nicole and I.
Do you recall having any discussions about this draft report? Apart from potential, I know we looked at the note from that may have been on December 14th that talked about the test results.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to mention that. No, I don't have a recollection of other discussions of this report.
Okay, and in the paragraph immediately before closure, it says, as discussed with the city, if there's a concern with, or maybe we can call that out, make it a little bit easier. It says, if there's a concern with frictional characteristics of the SMA surface course on the RHVP, an immediate effective solution would be to carry out shot blasting / skid abrading of areas of concern on the existing pavement surface. This treatment is quick and relatively low cost. Do you recall any discussions about shot blasting or skid abrading?
I don't recall discussions on this, no.
Do you recall being aware that this was a potential measure that could be taken?
I don't recall whether that was a step that could be taken or not.
So we know that there was a meeting with the mayor on December the 18th, 2018. I don't believe that you were at that meeting. Were you?
I'm wondering if there's a note. It doesn't sound like there is a note, so I don't recall being at a meeting on December 18th.
Okay. Do you recall having any discussions about that meeting with the mayor in terms of either before or after?
I don't recall having any direct discussions with the mayor at any point.
Okay. Do you recall having discussions with Ms. Audie about that meeting, either before or after?
I don't recall discussions about that meeting. No, I'm not sure if there's an email or something that maybe makes reference to it that was sent to me, but I don't recall any discussions.
Okay. Registrar, could we pull up HAM 62520? Mr. Sabot, this is a calendar invitation that you send to yourself on December the 19th, 2018. And the subject is a POS PW meeting Red Hill for January the 28th, 2019. Do you recall why you were sending yourself this appointment?
I don't have a recollection. This would be the type of thing I might do to hold a date in anticipation of having to do something that day, attend a meeting, so that nothing else got booked on that date. So that would make me think that the PW meeting references me holding a date for a Public Works Committee meeting on January 28th.
Do you recall going into the holidays, so let's say mid to late December of 2018, if there was a date in mind as to when a report would be made to council?
I know there were obviously discussions about dates right from, pinpointing the December 6th date on until reports were presented, but I don't recall at that time a specific date for any particular report.
And apart from a specific date, do you recall generally if there were discussions about roughly when the report would be made?
No, I don't recall. I mean, as I have said probably too many times already, the staff were intending on trying to get in front of committee or council fairly quickly, but as to specific dates before the end of year holidays, I don't recall what was in mind at that time.
Okay. Registrar, could we pull up HAM 62035? So here's an email exchange between you and Mr. McGuire on January the 3rd, 2019. And in the first email in the chain, Mr. McGuire is writing to you and to Ms. Audie. And he says, did either of you connect with Brian Malone on this matter? I'm meeting today on this and wanted to understand next steps. And then you respond, I'm in the office if you wanted to discuss. So this is now coming out of the holidays. Do you recall speaking with Mr. McGuire about this?
No, I don't.
Do you recall why Mr. McGuire may have been under the impression that you or Ms. Audie would be connecting with Mr. Malone?
No, I don't.
Is it possible that he had an understanding coming out of the December 14th meeting that someone from legal would be contacting Mr. Malone?
I don't have a specific recollection of the discussions at that meeting, and I don't believe my notes reflected that, but if you wanted to pull it up, I could just make sure of that.
Sure. So that maybe we can put it side by side. That is overview document 9A, image 242. Sorry, 243. And we can call that out.
The first line, I think, raises the point you asked about in my prior answer, and I believe it is speculation, but I think reasonable speculation that this is information that's coming from public works staff about the steps they're taking in relation to Red Hill, like more generally or more specifically work they're going to do. What makes me conclude that is we're talking about the tender. So a critical part of the tender are the specifications that you build into the document. And so I could reasonably see that SEMA's recommendations on current safety standards would be incorporated into a tender document as specifications for the work to be done.
Okay, but so you're saying that, but you don't recall any mention of legal contacting Mr. Malone coming out of that meeting?
I do not recall that, no.
Okay. Registrar, could we pull up overview document 9A, image 283? So you'll see at paragraph 657 that on January the 7th, 2019, Ms. Audie exchanges emails with Mr. Bogosian, where she asks to set up a time to go over some questions, discuss his draft opinion. And then you'll see that there at paragraph 658 and 659, there are some calendar invitations that are ultimately sent for a meeting on January the 8th, 2019.
Yes, the text there says a call on January 11th with meeting to review opinion in the body. So it's either a call or a meeting.
Sure, sorry, thank you. So then if we could go to the next page. Paragraph 661, you'll see that there's then a separate calendar invitation to you for 9 a.m. So it's just half an hour before the meeting with the appointment for with Mr. Bogosian. And he says, if we can speak first before speaking to David, and then you accept the invitation. Do you recall speaking with Ms. Audie and or Mr. Bogosian on January the 8th, 2019?
I don't believe I have an independent recollection of discussions with Nicole leading up to that meeting or in the call itself. Okay, so
Registrar, if you could also put up 285. So you'll see at paragraph 662, your notes appear to include 2 entries dated January the 8th. And then there's some notes and then a line and then some further notes.
Yes, I see that.
So do you recall if the notes above the line may have been the meeting or the discussion with Ms. Audie?
I don't recall if that's a separate discussion or a separate call. I'm not sure.
Okay. And there's a reference to GIC on Wednesday 16th and council on Jan 23rd.
Yes.
And then it says, what did you know? What was done? Is road safe? Do you recall discussions about whether the road was safe around this time?
No, I don't recall discussions from this time.
And then there's a line and then it says David Jan 8. Do you believe that the notes below the line were taken during your call with Mr. Bogosian and Ms. Audie?
I believe so. That would be consistent with how I kept notes, general notes of a call.
Okay, and where it says X spoke to any staff, what is that referring to?
I'm not sure.
And then there's a note that says, why more testing if results okay?
Yes.
What is that referring to?
I couldn't tell you the discussions it referred to. I think that point and maybe a couple of points above the line potentially are questions staff are anticipating answering in reports to council or getting asked if they didn't answer them.
I see. So it was potentially anticipating council asking if the road is safe and also why more testing if the results were okay.
That especially that last point, that's how I would interpret that, that someone is anticipating that question being asked. And
do you recall what steps staff were taking to deal with those anticipated questions?
Not specifically at this time. I knew staff were working on multiple reports, public works, of course, legal's report on liability, but specifically, I couldn't name the staff or the content of reports that I was expecting.
Okay, and in terms of the anticipated question of whether the road is safe, apart from what you've told us, which is that your understanding is that Public Works was working on that side of things, do you have any other further evidence about that point?
Can you maybe rephrase the question, or maybe I'm just not getting it?
I guess I just want to make sure I have a complete understanding of what you had in your mind about what steps were being taken to answer the proposed question of whether the road is safe.
Just generally that a certain amount of information had been collected and would be collected. I knew from the early meetings, with Dan McKinnon and I believe Gord that these or similar questions were the purpose of these meetings is to prepare reports to address these points. But as to specific evidence, I'm not sure.
Do you recall if you knew if Public Works had given SEMA the trade wind report by this time?
I didn't have any information on that, so I don't.
Okay, and on the at page 284, there's a transcription of Mr. Bogosian's notes of the call on January the 8th, 2019. So if you could just have a quick look at those notes.
Would it be possible to make those bigger?
Of course. Thank you, Registrar.
Thank you. I'm sorry, do I need to read the whole note, or you had a specific question?
Why don't you review the whole note and let me know if it refreshes your memory about that call?
It doesn't refresh my memory of discussions.
did Mr. Bogosian, actually, let me restart the question. Did you have any discussions on this call about Mr. Malone's rankings of the contributing factors to wet weather collisions?
I don't have an independent recollection of discussions in this call.
Okay, but do you recall Mr. Bogosian ever telling you and Ms. Audie that Mr. Malone had not ranked slipperiness of the road surface as the greatest contributing factor?
Beyond this meeting, I just want to be sure that I'm answering whether it's just this meeting or beyond the meeting.
Why don't we start with this meeting?
No, I don't recall discussions from this meeting.
Okay. And do you recall Mr. Bogosian ever telling you or Ms. Audie that Mr. Malone had not ranked slipperiness of the road surface as the greatest contributing factor to wet weather collisions?
I don't have a recollection of discussions. If there is some note of mine that you believe raises that point, I'd look at it and try to answer, but discussions, no, I don't recall.
Okay, and well, you don't recall ever knowing that Mr. Malone had not ranked slipperiness of the road surface as the greatest contributing factor to wet weather collisions?
No, I don't remember Mr. Malone giving a ranking.
Well, in the draft opinion that Mr. Bogosian sent, there was a ranking. Do you recall that?
Sorry, it's a long document.
Okay. Okay. So you know what? It's fine. If you have no recollection of the issue, that's fine. Okay. So could we go to overview document 9A, image 287? And if we could also have 288. So you'll see at paragraph 668 that you forward the draft Bogosian opinion to Mr. McLennan on January the 8th, 2019. And then at paragraph 671, Mr. McLennan writes in a response in the third paragraph, it says, at this point, I think it is incumbent on us to bring in JLT. They will be extremely concerned, understandably, about David's findings, and I believe we would face allegations of bad faith if we don't bring them in. Timing is not ideal as we are presently awaiting renewal figures. However, I don't think we can let that influence our decision. And then you respond, and Registrar, if you could pull up 288 and 289. You respond, this is at paragraph 672, that this is a draft and we're getting comments back to David this week to get a final version late this week or Monday. If we need to call JLT now, we can, because we would want to tell council we have insurance on notice. We can send them the letter when it's finalized or give them the gist and supply a more complete chronology. So my understanding is that the notification to the insurer happens in February 2019 after disclosure to council and to the public of the tradesman report. Does that accord with your recollection? That at this point you don't actually contact the insurer?
I don't have a recollection of that. Clearly this email is indicating that they hadn't been contacted yet, but I know that the issue came up earlier, so I don't have a recollection of the specific timing of it.
Okay, do you have any recollection of any discussions about when the report should be made, when the city should notify the insurer?
I believe it was identified in one of my notes from November that John, I think it might have just said insurance, like a short form for insurance. It may have said insurance plus notice. that I believe that that was something that John was assigned to.
Okay. So you don't recall any discussions with Mr. McLennan about that issue?
Discussions, no, I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, could we go to image 295? Can we pull up 295 and 296? Actually, I apologize. I should probably do 294 and 295 first, just to give you some context. So at 294, paragraph 685, there's a meeting scheduled for January the 11th with Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, Ms. Racine, Ms. Audie, Mr. Hurdle, Ms. Gordon, and that's Karen Gordon, Mr. Soldo, and yourself. And then we've got the notes, the transcription of the notes on page 295. Do you recall meeting with these individuals on January 11th, 2019?
I don't have an independent recollection of the meeting.
Do you, with the benefit, so why don't we now put up 295 and 296 so you can get the notes? So in the top half of the notes on image 295, Registrar, perhaps we could call it the note up until call. Do you recall what, where it says council on 23rd and then unknown timelines re post press?
I believe that note would reflect that at that time, staff didn't know when the trade room report or media would be posting stories.
Okay. Where it says, oh, question mark, surprised, Gary inside / helping yes, but Gord / Dan need to say plus lead. What's that referring to?
The latter part of it, of Gary inside helping, yes. So I think that's confirming that Gary Moore is responding to questions or need for information from him regarding the history of the events, and but Gord and Dan need to say plus lead what they are doing as more info. I think that this is an indication or direction that Gordon McGuire and Dan McKinnon are going to be the ones presenting the report on behalf of Public Works as opposed to Gary Moore.
Okay, and then Registrar, if you could go back to the notes. So at the very bottom of 296, it said Gord releasing info to FOI and internal auditor. And then if we could go to the next page as well. At the same time, do you recall a decision being made to have Mr. McGuire release materials to the FOI office and to the internal auditor at the same time?
I don't know.
Was that your decision?
I don't believe so. I believe that I was delivering materials to Access and Privacy that Verdina had worked on. So I'm not sure what this is referring to in relation to FOI. Clearly, there had been discussions between the auditor and Public Works about their document needs. And so I'm not sure what this is referring to in respect to freedom of information.
Okay. Commissioner, I note that it's 3:17 if you wanted to take the afternoon break.
Okay, let's take our break till 3:30. Do you want to have a breakout room with council at this point?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Registrar, I'll just ask you to arrange that.
Registrar, could you pull up overview document 9A? Image 327. Mr. Sabot, at paragraph 766, you'll see an undated note, a transcription of an undated note by you. If we could call out that paragraph, Registrar. So it just says Edward, Gord, Dan, plus Mike, re-strategy for in-camera, PW 18008, PW Gord McGuire's report, re-friction testing. Do you recall discussions with public works staff in the lead up to the January 23rd, 2019 council meeting?
No, I don't.
Do you have any, are you able to place the timing of this note in any way?
The only reference I see there that may have a time relevant to it is the report number, PW 18008, is more likely a reference to a report of that number with an A or a B or a C. I'm not sure how many in the series there were. And that report might give some indication of the time reference. I know that Public Works made a report to either General Issues Committee or Public Works Committee on February 6th. So if that's the report here, then this note would be ahead of that date. Okay.
And we do have some emails where it appears that you reviewed the PW 18008A report. Do you recall any discussions around that with Public Works staff?
Aside from emails?
Correct.
No, I don't.
Okay, so you don't have any recollection of what discussions, if any, you were having with Public Works staff around that time? This is in the lead up to the January 23rd meeting.
No, I don't.
Thank you. So Registrar, you can take this document down. Thank you. So I want to turn to the January 23rd, 2019 council meeting. Do you recall that meeting?
I don't have any recollection of that meeting at all. I actually looked at the records that the clerk's department keeps to find that I was there, but I just don't have a recollection of being there.
Okay, so you have no recollection of that meeting at all?
No.
Okay. Do you recall having any discussions with Ms. Audie about whether or not a copy of the Tradewin report should be provided to council at that meeting?
I don't recall a discussion with Ms. Audie about that point, no.
Do you recall coming out of the January 23rd meeting if there was any to-do items?
I don't have any recall of the results of that meeting, no.
Do you recall having any discussion with Ms. Audie about sharing the draft Bogosian opinion letter with council at the January 23rd meeting?
I don't recall any discussions about that point, no.
Registrar, could we go to overview document 9A, image 358? And if we could also put up 359. So Mr. Sabot, I understand that you had a call with Ms. Audie and Mr. Bogosian on January 30th, 2019. Do you recall that call?
I believe I have notes of it, but I don't recall the telephone call, like the conversation.
Okay, and do you recall anything between January 23rd and January 30th, 2019? What you or staff were doing at the time?
I couldn't speak for other staff. I would have been doing my regular work and anything that Nicole asked me to assist with in relation to her work on this matter.
Okay, Registrar, if we could call out the note on page 359. Do you recall why Mr. Bogosian was getting involved at this time?
Pardon me, are these my notes of
Yes,
January 30th? Okay, thank you.
They're transcription of your notes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, can you ask the question again? I just wanted to look at the note itself.
Do you recall why Mr. Bogosian was becoming involved again on January 30th of 2019?
I don't recall. I thought he was to be a participant in follow-up reports to committee or council in February, but I don't recall any discussions about his role specifically.
Okay. Do you recall council asking staff to get an opinion from SEMA on whether there would be additional safety recommendations in light of the Tradewind report coming out of the January 23rd, 2019 council meeting?
I don't have a recall of that meeting or the council's directions or requests that may have come out of it.
Do you recall having any understanding coming out of the January 23rd, 2019 meeting if SEMA had a copy of the Tradewind report by that time?
I don't know.
So do you have any recollection, apart from what's stated in your notes, about the call with Mr. Bogosian on January 30th, 2019?
No, I don't.
Registrar, if we could go to image 350. Oh, sorry, we are on 359. If we could go to see paragraph 856. And you'll see that there's a meeting organized for January the 30th with Mr. Zagaric, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. Hurdle, Ms. Racine, Ms. Gordon, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Soldo, Ms. Fontana, Ms. Audie, and yourself.
Yes.
And then, Registrar, if you could remove the call out. And then if we could pull up 359 and 360. Sorry, actually, this is, actually, if we could go to, I apologize, if we could go to HAM 64370. Registrar. Thank you. So here is a transcription of your handwritten notes from a January 30th, 2019 meeting. And if we could put up the second page as well.
Right. So I'm sorry, I'm just, if there's a question.
Yeah, I just was giving you an opportunity to review it.
Oh.
Did you have any recollection of this meeting?
I don't have an independent recollection of this meeting, no.
Okay. And then Registrar, if we could go to image 3. Put up 3 and 4. So here there's a transcription of a call with Mr. Bogosian and others on January the 30th, 2018. These are, sorry, 2019. These are your notes, just to be clear.
Thank you.
And it indicates there's a call with Mr. Bogosian. This is on the image 3. And then underneath it, there's some lines and then it says TC Brian Malone.
Yes.
Do you recall speaking with Mr. Bogosian and then having a call with Mr. Malone?
I don't have an independent recollection of that call, no.
Do you have a recollection of being on a call with Mr. Malone?
Not a specific recollection. It's not these notes, but I believe there was a call with Nicole Audie, and I passed her a question, and that may have been with Mr. Malone.
Okay, so the only thing you remember from any calls with Mr. Malone is potentially is passing a note to Ms. Audie?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you recall if at any point you had an understanding if Mr. Malone had seen the Tradewin report before January 30th, 2019?
Before that date, no, I don't have an understanding about whether Mr. Malone received that report.
Okay, Registrar, could we pull up overview document 9A, image 434? So at paragraph 1015, you'll see that the undated note that says Q for Brian. Does it make sense if considering speed reduction to apply reduced speed to RHVP plus link? Would linkage, would signage, etc., done by a city be reasonable or even appropriate intervention? And it says yes. Is this the note that you're referring to?
Yes, most of that note was my note, and the yes, I believe, was Nicole's response.
And so your recollection is that so why don't we pull up the handwritten one next to it? So I think that's at HAM 64350. So this is your recollection is that you handed this note to Ms. Audie and she wrote yes?
Yes. The reason why this one stands out to me is this is my printing. There's a real effort on my part to make this readable by someone else. So that's why I remember the context of it.
Okay. And so I understand that you had another call with Mr. Malone on February the 1st, 2019. Which I'm gonna pull up those notes. But do you recall if this handing up note happened on January 30th or February 1st?
I think it's more likely a call where it was just Nicole and I together, and Brian Malone and possibly David Bogosian on the phone, as opposed to the larger meeting that the January 30th notes refer to. So it's more likely the one meeting or call when it's Nicole and I in the call.
Okay. If registrar, if you could pull up HAM 64370, image 6. And if we could see the second page as well. Do you recall, so these are your notes from February 1st, 2019 conference call involving Mr. Bogosian and Mr. Malone.
And I don't recall, I haven't read all of these notes, but just the very start of it indicates that Gord, likely being Gordon McGuire, Jasmine Graham, and Dan McKinnon are part of this conference call. So it wasn't just Nicole. I'm not sure if there's another call referred to on these notes. Sorry, but you should ask me your question again, just so I can make sure.
Yeah, so I think I was, because do you recall having a call with just Mr. Malone, Mr. Bogosian, and Ms. Audie?
I had more than one call where Brian Malone was on the phone, but a specific recollection of it, I don't have.
Okay, and do you have a recollection of this February the 1st, 2019 call?
No independent recollection, just whatever I recorded in my notes at the time.
Okay, so sitting here today, you have no recollection of what was discussed on this call, apart from what's set out in your notes?
That's correct.
Okay. So just at the beginning of the note, it says Brian M. David forwarded reports, including Golder/Tradewin, can comment on report. David gave him cues to answer. So do you recall if you had an understanding if Mr. Malone was receiving the Golder and Tradewin reports for the first time?
I don't recall an understanding if that was the first time. I'm just not sure when Mr. Malone received the Tradewin report or when he received it, unless there's an email that you may refer to. I'm not sure if there's one from David Bogosian to Mr. Malone with the report that perhaps I'm copied on.
So yeah, there is an email of Mr. Bogosian sending Mr. Malone the report. I don't believe you're copied on it, and that's dated January the 30th, 2019. I'm just trying to see if you can recall when you may have learned for the first time that SEMA had the Tradewin results and whether or not they had them before the January 30th, 2019 email.
Yeah, I don't recall that.
Okay. Okay. Registrar, if you could go to image 9. So here is a transcription of your notes from February the 4th, and it looks like from February the 5th. Do you recall having a meeting on February the 4th with those individuals who were identified?
No, I don't.
Okay, and then there's a line and then it says Feb 5 calls and it says call with Nicole David Bogosian. Do you recall speaking with Ms. Audie or Mr. Bogosian on February the 5th, 2019?
No, I don't.
Okay, it says TW inaccurate or misleading, so don't release it. Do you know what that note is referring to?
TW, I think, is a reference to the Tradewin report, and I'm not certain, but the inaccurate or misleading, so don't release it, is something that Mr. Bogosian maybe had said or responded to.
Do you recall discussions about the Tradewin report being inaccurate or misleading?
I don't recall discussions. There may have been some content on whether the UK standard or Tradewin's Golder's approach to using it was correct. And I can't recall if that was possibly one of the subjects covered in the draft opinion of December 13th. I don't recall discussions.
Okay, do you recall any discussions about not releasing the Tradewin report?
I don't. If we're talking about the FOI process, there wouldn't be any opportunity for someone to make that decision other than access and privacy. And I had already indicated my view that it would be releasable if a request was made that covered it in its scope or date.
Okay. And then it says concern with reducing speed could have done that anytime red flag instead speed report review. Do you recall any discussions about the reduction of the speed limit?
At this date of call?
Yes.
No, I don't recall the discussions around these notes.
Okay. Do you recall that Public Works was recommending that the speed limit be reduced?
Yes, I do recall that Edward Soldo was working on a report, and a recommendation in that report was a reduction of the speed limit over part of the Ready.
And do you recall any discussions with Ms. Audie or Mr. Bogosian about that issue?
No, I don't.
Registrar, could we pull up overview document 9A, image 444? And if we could put up 445 as well. So, Mr. Sabot, just to give you some context, paragraph 1047, there's a reply from you to Ms. Audie, and this is in reply to Ms. Audie sending you her draft report to council. And so you're providing your comments, okay? And then you'll see at paragraph 1048, there's a further email from you with your comments. And then if we could pull up 446, I'm not going to go through all of your comments. I just wanted to give you some context. So at page 446, in the second bullet, it says comment on third paragraph. Thank you, Registrar. Sorry, I didn't stay at the meeting to the end. One of the issues I hope that meeting would cover is clarifying what was and was not done versus recommended. That's my concern with this paragraph. Specifically, I don't think the abrasive coating was ever contemplated, and I don't think light or median barrier issues are being addressed in the repaving project at all. Do you recall where you got this information from about abrasive coating not ever being contemplated?
No, I don't.
Okay. Registrar, if you could pull up HAM 64370, image 10. So Mr. Sabot, we do have your notes from the February 6th, 2019 GIC meeting. And they're, I think, 12 pages long. They're quite lengthy. I'm not going to take you through all of them, but I'm just wondering if you have a recollection of that meeting.
I don't have much recollection of that meeting. I believe it was very long, but the part I do remember is that there was either a break or some staff went out of the room to work on a statement, an apology that was directed of staff. And I recall being part of that group of staff and help in drafting that document.
Okay. And so apart from helping to draft the apology, did you play any other role in that GIC meeting?
I don't believe I was presenting or answering questions. I was just present. I believe it was various staff from Public Works, from the auditor's office, and Nicole, Audie, and David Bogosian, who were presenting and answering questions on the reports that were there at that date.
And so do you recall how what council was told about the trade room report?
I don't have a recollection of the discussions in that there were written reports. The general preference to aid council is to submit a written document so that they have something to read in advance of the committee date or council date. So those reports might help answer your question, but I didn't write those. And I don't have a recollection of the content of the trade room report.
Okay. So if you'd like, you can have a review of your notes from this February 6th meeting, because I'm just wondering if, apart from what's set out in your notes, if you have any additional recollection of the February 6th, 2019 meeting beyond what you just described in terms of your role.
I have reviewed these notes before, and I believe that's my recollection. I will read them again if you want me to, but that is, I believe, my total recollection, that the meeting was long, that there were various presenters, not including me, and that I went out of the room at a certain point with other staff to draft a document.
Okay. Commissioner, could you just give me one moment? So just to review my notes.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sabo. I don't have any further questions for you. I'm not sure if counsel for the city might.
Ms. Hale, do you have questions for Mr. Sabo?
I have no questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. And I understand that neither the MTO nor Golders have any questions. Is that correct?
Commissioner, hello. I can confirm that we do not have any questions.
Okay. That's fine. And I'm not sure that I see Golders, Ms. Roberts, or anyone else on the line. I'm going to take that to mean that he has no questions.
Sorry, Commissioner, I'm counsel for Golder.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course.
So we do not have questions.
We don't have any questions.
Yeah, I understand it's a long day.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I've got a blank screen for Ms. McIver. I'm going to take it that Ms. McIver does not have any questions. So, Mr. Sabo, thank you very much for attending over the last, I guess it's been 2 days. You're excused. There's Ms. McIver.
Sorry, Mr. Commissioner, my computer was freezing, but I can confirm that the MTO does not have any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's appreciated since we've already excused Mr. Sabo. And we'll stand adjourned then, the rest of us, until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.